Okay. We are recording.
Thank you kindly, Cameron. Is everybody gathered and ready?
I am.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh, it would help if I had my book down here. And my light on so I can read the damn thing. Oh god, it's so blue in here. Alrighty. So, just to start off, we are missing Mingxi again, which is alright. They will be gone this weekend and most likely the next.
It was nice having them in the first.
The first
Couple
adventure,
minutes.
yeah.
Yeah.
They do like that.
We did talk about it though to figure out if Aza actually didn't want to keep up with it or was still interested in it. Luckily, Monster of the Week is being episodic as it is, and also because TV shows can be weird about it anyway. It's fine. It's easy to work around when they can and can't be here. The only time it's really an issue is if we're in the middle of a scene that is kind of hard on a hunt to shove somebody into. There's not much we can do about that, and do have to pause if somebody else is missing. But beyond that, I can easily work things around. But for our next hunt, you guys are able to continue onwards. So, who would like to do our recap on the last one?
I did it last time.
Devin did do it last time.
Yeah, I can do it. Yes, okay. Pretty sure. It feels like longer ago, but it probably was last session. So, last session, we managed to finish off the Fox. Only spelled differently. It was barely in one piece by the time we started the session, and over the course of the battle, it got more and more ferocious, more and more stretchy outside of its small child husk. And as well, Tobias had an incident where he tried to mimic the magic that he had seen archaists use before, and he had a strange memory that made it seem somewhat familiar, and they had a synchronization that made it where both of their magics got enhanced. This led Arceus to kind of become distracted, which annoyed the fox to no end. And as our not a cop was chopping it down, and as hanging with my nomies was doing combo after combo with his strange little multi-tool, we managed to finally destroy the child body and then slay the fox after a beautiful combination strike when it got pinned and then bisected. After that, the crew was tasked with taking pictures of the body, which fortunately the boy's body was also I guess filmable. Or what? I don't know what photographable, maybe. And
Is it truly a photograph if it just deletes it from existence?
I mean, you have to take a picture of it, so who knows? After that, everyone split. Tobias went to go finish off the remaining husks in the den, and had a brief conversation with Archaist in Archaist's vehicle as they were going off to drop Tobias off for the evening. And yeah, then everyone kind of went their own way, spent the money. We learned the juicy secrets that Mr. Nauticop is sending most of his money somewhere else, which is what has been keeping him in such a destitute-like state. And the group has been currently deciding on and off screen what mission to take next. And feeling a bit more confident after their last mission, but also acknowledging that now when they take a mission might matter more than what mission they take. I can think of nothing else.
Sorry, I was trying not to laugh. I opened up a couple of the sheets and was closing through them, but I opened Alex's notes. All fucking caps. I was right. Fuck all of you back in Quantico. I was fucking right.
I did do that.
Literally the first thing I saw.
I write my notes in character.
Brilliant. That's why they're useless.
Yeah.
But I feel
They help
bad.
jog my memory, and that's what I use them for.
Yeah. All right. Thank you kindly, Cameron. So with that and your mission decided, via some talk back and forth in the app and ultimately an out-of-character decision, we see our recap of the last mission, or episode at least, finishing the fight with the Fox and hints of strange information learned, a strange connection between Audrus and Tobias, the information learned of Jacob sending his money away, learning that Liam is, in fact, in possession of the goodest boy, the absolute goodest boy ever, because Tyke is an angel. We start in on our opening scene, as the usual. As the dark closes in on the recap of the last episode, a light flickers. You can hear the hum of a fluorescent fighting to stay on. There's a long scratch against stone, the sound of something scuttling in the darkness, moving. A sigh that echoes and emanates strangely, not quite all aloud. And before we can see anything move in the lights, as it flickers on and then back out again, the dawn rises. The shadows pull back towards the city. The bird that breaks into 100 does so again. As we sweep down over the streets and look into the gas station, the TV on in the background of the boss nattering at Liam's back, who's paying no attention, turns to static. The opening continues on. During the cold rush down the street, right before Ming-Chi looks down at the notification of Call Thulu, it's not just the blowing of the trash down the way, the ominous music. There's a shadow that pulses down the street. But there's the chime again, as normal, and the camera swings in to look at our opening title card. And we begin. All of you have, after some back and forth, chosen a bounty called the Delaney Mall Devils. Feel free to meet at the Delaney Mall at any time. Though, as used to the city as you all are, you know this about the Delaney Mall, our setting for this particular hunt. The Delaney Mall was a large one when built, not the largest on the country. They don't dare to make that a threat, though many across the early years of malls becoming popular did indeed. The Delaney Mall does not have anything as extreme and as an ice skating rink or as attention drawing as a theater attached to it. It has its anchor spaces and its many shops in between, a C-shaped building with a regular parking lot in front, and behind it a parking garage that unfortunately has slanted a bit into the sea over time. Unfortunately, the shoring up of the more rocky side alongside the sea has worn away over time. Not particularly well built in the rush to capitalize on the old rush of how popular malls once were. And it is only continued into further and further disuse as the years march on. The older generation taking their money to more specified places and relying more on delivery. Time is money after all, when you have money, and not a lot of time left. But it is still a regular hangabout for teenagers. There's only a few stores left, but it stays holding on courtesy of a food court, and the last one's holding up the legs of the mall. Most of you have likely not been, or at least not in a long time, though some might have fonder childhood memories of going and riding the carousel or getting particular items from your favorite store, perhaps one of the game stores inside the mall, or the old card shop. But we start wherever you all please, if you have something before the mission itself, or you all arrive as you arrive.
No, at the much like normal, Cooper is there earlier. Probably has been kind of monitoring the area, maybe even hanging out near the mall for the past like couple hours. Carr now has a new McDonald's bag. Shelled out just a bit of money for the cheapest possible thing with the most nutritional value. A McDouble with a $1 drink, of course. But when everyone gets there, he is already waiting.
Given the lack of other stores in the mall, it now only opens at 11 a.m. instead of earlier in, though it does stay open rather late, at least in some sections, considering there is a card store that stays open until roughly 2 to 4 a.m., depending on the day of the week, though of course they're entirely closed on Mondays. What nerd wants to wake up on a Monday morning?
Every fucking store in my town is closed on Monday.
Well, welcome to the same thing, but it's just the mall.
Yeah, we should go to the game store, all of us pick up Magic, like starter decks, and then just in-game just start playing Magic Arena against each other. Part of roleplay.
Throw it back a couple years and play Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe a Pokemon tournament.
Many fond memories of going to mall card shops to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
But you and your creep van do indeed arrive nice and early and then realize this place doesn't fucking open until nearly noon. So the most you get is a good lap around the mall if you do decide to drive or walk around and inspect. At the back side of it, you can get around, but you are not able to enter the parking garage as it is long been kind of like boarded off. Of course, naturally, teens, much like the ones who fucked up the cemetery, do indeed just kind of fucking ignore that and hop the little barricades to fuck around. But it is actually dangerous to be in there for too long, at least too deep, or else you do risk joining some debris at the bottom of the sea.
Of course.
At least it's not super deep. Deeper than you want to fall in.
He definitely does like a solid lap walking around, just kind of like seeing if he notices anything, looking through any sort of like windows or doors, just seeing if like there's movement already from something that's not just people who work there.
Most of the windows are higher up on the building to let in the light down no matter what time of day. There's a lot of, sloped domed tops to it in different areas. Malls have a very fey look, but it works for them. The few stores that do have exterior windows are, for the most part, the anchor stores, which have long been abandoned. Tracy's, of course, is still has its sign up, but there's not been anybody there in a hot fucking minute. Probably for the better. Kind of grandma clothes, if you ask me. Eventually, though, workers do arrive. Most of the people who are staffing the food court, and what looks to be a single maintenance guy and a female janitor.
Well,
they give your creepy van a wide berth.
Tobias arrives a little bit, like 15 minutes before we're set to be here, taking public transport. He just has to do what he has to do. Fortunately, the city seems to have a robust public transport system.
You can thank the teenagers for the fact that the bus even bothers stopping here. That and, a pull cord.
But Tobias hops off. He has his big traveler's pack with him, as per normal.
You notice something strange and suspicious when you arrive, and it's the creep van sitting in a mostly empty parking lot with like maybe 5 other cars, like awkwardly far from it.
Yeah.
It's I do that I recognize the van, that the van is there.
Yeah.
I picture it purely as like, there's like tucked away in like a back corner. It's in the middle. He just kind of like drove through the empty lot, picked a spot, and is like used.
Is he like in the dead middle of an empty space, or is it like under one of those really scraggly trees in one of the like small little round sections in between the rows?
I do think it is just in the middle.
Good,
like,
that's
in a slot. Yeah,
it's in an awkward area where like that's probably where the people who work here would just park at this point, since there's not like a huge rush, and that would make it easier for them to walk in. They're kind of like parked in like almost like a semicircle away from the van, like in small clusters of cars, and have just like walked with some distance around it to go inside.
Yeah.
After it's been unlocked.
Tobias will go up and knock on the van's side door, see if Jacob is in, or if he needs to go like find him.
With the time that you've arrived, he was already probably on his way back. As like you knock, there's no real answer, but in maybe like a minute or so, you see him approaching from like the nearest storefront where he was again casing out the joint.
He just smiles. He puts down the pack. He's packing something heavy.
When is he not?
True.
You come back with the amazing information that it looks like one of the wings has no lighting or just doesn't have any stores to bother with it.
Yeah. And other than that, Yeah, not much jumping out just from a cursory glance. So, not surprising.
That's fair. It's going to be a difficult one, I think. We got a lot of ground to cover, and it's nothing quite as it's harder to identify what these creatures are here for, given how little information we have.
Yeah, as a lot of it just looking at the description for it again, like pulls out his phone. Uh, I mean, mass business closing, you could just kind of pin on lack of customers, but complaints of strange happenings is perfectly vague.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the fox that is hunting particular people, and we could triangulate where it is based on sight lines. This is just all weird stuff is happening, so people are leaving. Not very much the greatest modus operandi, unfortunately, and they're considered devils for some reason. Not like imps or gnomes or something, but something that seems wholly malicious.
All the better to take down. I just hope it isn't just. I don't know. Listen, you've kind of made me start wondering about religion again. I hope that the devil isn't real, but I don't know, man. Unless you have some more fucking holy relics in that backpack.
Oh, well, maybe. He smiles.
Yeah. End of this year, I'll be reading the Bible.
Well, I have learned through a variety of perusings through various religious texts of multiple religions, the greatest thing that these creatures seem to distaste more than anything is unshakable, or people who are unafraid, people who belong to a more powerful force. Whether it's a cycle, if you consider various Taoism or Buddhism, or if it's a particular being like many of the Judeo-Christian style gods, if you want to be curt about it. Funny enough, despite their very prolific history, the Greeks never really had any sort of ideas of exorcism or anything, or at least nothing that's been recorded up to this date. That was mostly a Roman ideal.
I did not know that.
And
Okay.
some incantations are Latin.
I will prepare to worship some form of deity if this happens to be a devil, at least for tactical purposes.
I think
Tactical
it
faith.
needs to be a little deeper than that.
I can be
It's
convinced.
more like fortification of one's soul, rather.
It's
Little
that.
do you know he has a bulletproof
Yeah.
vest in a dream.
It's that, or as like he very pointedly stands up perfectly straight, hand over heart. Utilize my dedication to the United States peoples and Constitution that I swore an oath to, and then relaxes. Unless that counts.
It might, actually. I don't know. Whenever I use any of my exorcism style of I guess magics, it's difficult to say the least. It's something that I recall back to visiting family over in across the pond, as it were, there are many big churches in England, and even for Catholics, surprisingly. I just remember that feeling of being in an old place and watching the Reverend speak so fervently that spiritualism seems to be a tangible thing. It's something I've really considered from a very logical standpoint, but I do have to admit there's something unique about that experience that makes it seem like there's some other force. So if you have something that makes you feel like there's something more, that's something I would cling on to.
He like considers it genuinely and nods. In the case this is an actual devil situation, I'll keep it in mind. I think I have a few things that might work then.
And I guess we just wait for everyone else.
At that, you see a familiar silver 2021 Toyota Camry come around the corner. Important question. Does the mall allow dogs?
If you put a vest on him, no one will ask.
Employees everywhere sighing when people bring in untrained dogs, and then you can't do anything because what if? And then it giving a bad name to people who actually have service animals. Sobs. Given this place is a fucking ghost town, you might as well.
Okay.
Unless you're, worried about getting kicked out, in which case Tyke probably stays home.
Yeah, you probably leave Tyke home this time. Also, just don't want to leave him in the car. It gets hot in here.
Very responsible.
But he comes around the corner and kind of, noticing the two of you, pulls up next to the van. And just kind of pops out. With Carry On My Wayward Son playing as he pulls up.
Fitting.
I yeet the supernatural reference into the Pacific Ocean.
All right. Kind of like pulls that, closes his thing, has like a little tornado in his hand and a Coke. Wanders up to you. Oh. Are you guys excited?
Incredibly.
I don't know about
Yeah.
excited, but I'm curious to see what we're going to be finding here today.
Admittedly, haven't been here for a bit.
I've honestly never been. Is it all that different from when you were younger?
I think they might have added a wing.
That and just all the stores I would go to are closed. So I haven't been here since I was a teen, which was when I still lived here.
Hopefully Hastings is still around. That was a
Oh.
big
I'm sorry to say. Hastings having taken out nationwide.
Oh. There's like a definite sense of like doom that goes across his face.
There's a sense of loss.
As the Gen Zer begins to feel old.
Oh well. might have a hot topic. Kind of looks at his third place prize store.
Hopefully, it didn't get hit by all the mass closings. Because looking around, I did some perimeter checks. Nothing weird, but a lot of these stores have definitely not been open in a long time.
Oh yeah, do you ever get questions when you're walking around?
Not really.
That's good, at the very least. I just was wondering what you would use as a cover for, casing out public locations as you have been the last few times we've been around.
Special Agent Cooper.
I mean, if someone approaches me in a public location, what are you doing here? I'd say walking. That's my right as a citizen.
Oh,
God, he's that guy.
What if they ask you for money though?
I don't have money. And that would be the truth.
Nobody carries cash these days anyway.
They
Or
have scanner machines
characters
now.
type to carry cash.
Did you hear me? They have scanner machines now.
I have heard of that, yeah. And if I did have cash, I've already spent it, so. Though, if you just walk in any location with enough confidence, there's 9 times out of 10, no one will stop you.
There's a pile of 30 high-res vests in the back of his van.
Well, if you ever need a good excuse, I should say, you could always just say that you're a up and coming TikToker, YouTuber. It's literally I was doing research on this before in case it ever needed to come up, but it's pretty insane how much people just have instant recognition when you say that. Granted, it works in a general age range, somewhere from about your young preteen 13-year-olds to well up into mid-40s nowadays. After that, people just don't know what you're talking about, but in that general age range, most people say, "Oh, okay, I get you," and then walk off.
Liam
Or they ask
probably-
what your channel name is, and you can give them literally any variant of spooky, creepy, yada yada XX, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, I'll try to find you," and they'll find many channels and probably lose interest real fast.
You've thought about this a lot, haven't you?
It's my job to think.
No Scooby Doo today.
Oh, hey. No, I didn't know if they would be allowed in the mall, and I'm not gonna leave them in the car. That's just cruel.
Arceus strolls up, looking low key as ever. But
Well,
his
I just
low-key
looks at
makes him
everyone.
actually look high key.
He's just like, yeah, these people need alibis really bad. Most of them don't have an ounce of professionalism to them.
Excuse you. I have a very professional demeanor. While Cooper says with sweatpants and the same faded Metallica band tee that was seen last episode took place a week ago.
My guy's seen some movies. He knows how people disguise themselves when they're trying to, not be noticed in public.
Tobias is shocked that everyone has read his mind somehow.
I figured that it was all in jest, but Liam could probably pass as one of those prank channels.
Liam is the definition of a Joe Schmo.
I don't believe Cooper has watched any YouTube videos in years. I think the last one he remembers is like the evolution of dance or something. He only
thinks
knows like
God.
the big viral ones that someone has shown him.
Gundam style.
Yeah, he remembers Gangnam Style.
Somebody showed him Numa Numa, and like he was just like, I don't get it.
Yeah, firmly like or Star Wars kid. He's like, okay.
Tobias hates TikTok. You think it's it's the worst thing since Vine.
He goes on like a rant about how it's
Survive.
destroyed the attention span of a generation.
It's more of most of what TikTok culture revolves around is people doing absurd things for small bits of clout. Much
Ooh, and spreading
criminal,
misinformation, which I'm sure he loves.
lots
Oh,
of
love that.
misinformation. But
My
he
favorite
also
thing is
go ahead, sorry.
I just love my favorite thing is also part of TikTok culture is the being confidently wrong and then refusing to admit any form of ground or like that you were wrong, just doubling down on every moment. That is always hysterical to me.
Which is
Reminds
different
me-
compared to Sharks Are Smooth.
Yeah, no, it reminds me of the guy who's just like, yeah, you can breathe underwater.
Okay, show us.
He goes out. Well, that's the thing. He shows you by going out, taking water in his mouth, and then like swishing it around until he blows air out. It's really bad. I don't know. Anyway, Tobias only knows anything about TikTok because as a online security advisor counselor, he has several clients who are professional content creators on various platforms. And so he does what he always does: absurd amounts of research about things that probably don't matter.
Brilliant. Well, alongside a partial rant about TikTok and the discussion of all of your aliases and disguises, you guys are free to enter the mall. Unless you had anything else.
I guess we won't need the Scooby snacks.
Oh, somebody brought bandages this time, right?
Of course.
I don't think anything's gonna happen necessarily, but best to be prepared.
As they'll begin moving towards the mall, Tobias asks, "How are your injuries doing, by the way? We only have about a week or so between these hunts, and, well, I wear enough clothing to conceal it, but I'm starting to look like a mummy beneath my clothes."
Oh, well, he kind of like lifts or kind of where the zombie had bit him. There's like a bit of scarring, but like anywhere else he has an injury, it seems to mysteriously not be there anymore.
What the fuck?
Hmm.
That's pretty
Hmm.
sus, bro.
Yeah, for the most part, you guys are a patchwork now of bandages, some stitches, maybe some liquid stitches if you shell out for it. A bunch of you are like bruised. Some of you have like wounds that have closed up, but are still a little gnarly. But yeah, as time goes on, you guys kind of can bounce back from some really nasty things and with some impressive speed. Not quite D&D one night's rest and you wake up all good to go, but
I'm doing pretty all right. Been testing some magic. In fact, I've been working on something new. Maybe I'll get to use today.
Oh, is it a
Yeah.
surprise?
Not so amazing, really. It's just I don't think it'll be as easy for me to walk around with the type of armor that our friend here has. And so I'm trying to design something a bit more low key.
Smart.
Hmm. All right. Keep your secrets, that says knowingly, making a reference.
At the very least, on my end, I'm banged up, but honestly, it's never been as bad as it looks.
I get that reference.
We head into the mall.
We'll head into the mall whenever Val gets back.
Ah,
But yeah, mysteriously, Liam's injuries looking pretty good. All things considered.
That's pretty sus, bro. You got something going on?
Who could say? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Something you want to share with the class?
I mean,
Liam
it's
may
in the
have-
chat.
May have
Fine.
made a step in a
Keep your
direction.
secrets then.
I could
Cameron,
post it
don't
again.
ruin it. I was trying to do it back to him.
Yes, because the thing that makes memes funnier is when you do the same meme right back at them.
Yes. Yes, you
That's
have
true.
to do
That
it
is why you
over
see it
and
so many
over.
times on the internet before it dies.
It's called compounding memes.
Memeception.
Where how
Obviously,
memes
you're
high
not a
enough, the cringe
memeologist.
levels become funnier.
And the framework beneath all memes is the bare bones of loss.
The simple lines that make up laws.
Loss, and also Homestuck.
Everything's a Homestuck reference, even if you don't think so. But yes, our game, the mall, go in the building.
Yep. We're like an hour in and we've successfully entered the mall.
Woo! Go team! No, it's fine. Listen, what are characters for if not just mindlessly chattering with them to further establish character and connections, you know?
True. And also, this is still a tabletop game. It will just take us an hour to enter a door. That's just a universal constant.
That's fair. Doors are the greatest of enemy. Final boss, a door. But yeah, the mall itself, you kind of enter into the center area of like the C shape of it. It's a little straightened on the edges rather than a full semicircle. But you enter into an area that is up on or down on the first floor. This mall is only 2 stories. Technically 3, as there's a lower level, but with the perilous condition of the parking garage, the section of the mall that connects to that was pretty much the first part to die. But the first floor will always remain the heart and soul of it, as it is the food court. There is also a nice little carousel in front of the elevator area. And down one wing is ominously a rather dark hallway, both above and below, as there are very, very few lights. A few lights that are on that side of the mall. Flicker sometimes. They're a bit lower and weaker. The other side is a bit brighter, but not by a whole lot. Some of the lights are still on, though you do see that flickering in a couple different places. It seems the electronics, the wiring has not been kept up to standard. Few stores do cast light into the walkways. You can see a few shop fronts that still have their signs, and a few who are even still open. In this center area in the food court, there are very few. There are only 3 places to eat at the mall. Technically, a 4th that is a stand rather than an actual storefront that is smoothies specifically. Taco Hut, Dragon Express, and Surf Subs. You have your shitty tacos and burritos, some shitty knockoff Chinese food, and sandwiches.
Is it sub day because every day is a sub day?
If you pay them money, it is.
Yeah, I'm just saying the place is called Sub Day, and that's like their.
No, it's
Like
Surf
pictures.
Sub.
Too bad.
So this is a in kind of like a TV show format. Is every store like an off-brand made for TV thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys called out their names, but the only ones that will actually be the real names is there's absolutely a Hot Topic and a Spencer's hidden here, specifically because you literally cannot have a mall exist without a Hot Topic and a Spencer's. Everything
That's
else is a
very true.
knockoff weird name. So the old anchor stores that you know are no longer present here are Tracy's, Rain and Readers, U-Tech, and Richard's Sporting Goods.
I
Close
caught
a bookstore, an iStore, and like an iPhone store, and then Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah, I got the Tracy's like immediately. Like, oh, I see.
Yeah, and then Rain and Readers is your Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
A Forever 24.
It's Forever 42, the meaning of life.
Well, no, it's normally Forever 21.
Yeah, I know, but I was saying 42 because that's a
Okay.
funner number. It's the
That's
meaning
fair.
of life.
That's fair.
It's also double 21.
That's totally gonna be like somebody's older store that they create eventually.
Yeah, can't wait for the parody shops where everyone makes all the shops of their youth just like aged up.
Yeah. And there is, of course, the handy dandy like kiosk that shows the map of the mall. There are a lot of little like whited out slots where there should be names but are not. The vast majority of this place is completely abandoned. In fact, if you go over the map of the mall, there are 4 stores still open alongside the 3 places to eat. There is Blushings, which is a makeup store. Kings of Cardboard, a card shop. Video Line, which is mostly video games, but there are some other media forms present. And a Build-A-Beast. I'm projecting. I want to go to Build-A-Bear. And there are some people. There's just a pack of dudes sitting at one of the tables, all eating, shitty, low-quality Chinese food. There are the workers at each of the little stores, and the smoothie little pop-up area. And 2 sitting outside, like up against the wall with their legs out in the middle of the hallway that no one is using, waiting for the makeup store to open. And in general, there's just kind of a depressing air seeing a place that used to be alive and vivid, and especially like a part of people's younger years kind of left to slowly rot off. And an eeriness that comes from the almost abandoned building feel. Everything is in steep decline. The dark hallway does not help. If any of you have walked in a dead mall recently, I'm sure you understand the feeling.
Surprisingly, the malls near where I live are bustling, so
It's a shame, really, that physical businesses are struggling so much in these areas. It's really the over-reliance on vehicles that's making the online shopping so much more convenient.
Well, it's also just difficult. If you want to go out and get something particular, you just can't do that more often than not. In fact, most of this is just easy signs of economic crisis that we've been in since the early 2010s. So,
Though, while this could all
Soft
be
Brimley.
very reasonable socioeconomic conditions, have you also considered ghosts?
Yeah, that has to
He
be
like
the real
waves
reason.
his phone with the app showing.
Liam's just kind of absentmindedly staring down the way. He's like, man, it could be really cool to like do like a paintball thing here.
Well, wait a few more years and it'll be out of business. You could probably get away with that.
and even if you say it's a ghost, it's more like the economy made way for ghosts. In fact, it's actually quite fascinating the number of cases of tragedies and hauntings that occur during economic crises.
The economy's run by ghosts.
The
We'll
real
have-
monster is the American economy.
We'll have to ask the Mall Devils what their political leanings are once we find them. See what really is the cause of their hauntings.
Do you think it would be right wing since they've been around for so long? But maybe they're new devils. I don't know.
Well, considering the devil is a strange, like, Central European term that came to be used as he looks at everyone and he's like probably tired of him just rattling off useless facts, and he's like, anyway, we probably should go to the card shop that they have here. They're the only ones who seem to be open late into the evening for some reason or another. So I'm sure that they have their fair share of odd occurrences, or if not, there must be a reason.
They've seen something.
That or they are probably here often if they're open constantly, have people to play in whatever games they have there. People have probably seen things.
And if all else fails, we can pick up some cards for our decks, right?
Everyone stares blankly.
I don't know what games there are.
Ah, I see. More of a baseball card guy?
I've never collected cards in my life.
He's more the type to collect guns.
Yes.
Unfortunately, my hobby involved buying priceless artifacts.
I feel like they definitely had a price.
Yeah.
We-
My hobby puts most of those war figurine collectors to shame, so
Looks
You
at
know.
Devin out of the game.
looks like Alex out of
Alex,
the game.
really?
What do you mean?
Devin's the anime collectibles.
Yeah.
Well,
Alex
no,
has
Devin,
overtaken the
That was the
war
first thing
stuff.
I was just thinking of, but I was more memeing on Devin.
Devin
Oh, yeah,
also
but I
has
think
bought
Alex
like a
is-
full Warhammer army.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think by this point, especially the mini painting, Alex has eclipsed Devin in that regard.
I mean, just because I own 5 armies that I could field right now doesn't mean I have a problem.
Just because I've owned more anime than I've watched doesn't mean I have a problem.
Solidarity.
Just because Devin has a whole army that he cannot field because none of it is built or painted, it doesn't mean he has a problem.
He also just doesn't want to build or paint them, which hurts me.
I also just don't have a reason to. Nobody plays.
That's
here.
also true.
There are tons of Warhammer stores around, though.
You have
Okay,
a really
no,
fucking
we
cool
can't
one,
let you
actually.
guys go down the Warhammer. I shouldn't have allowed it.
No,
I knew
actually,
it was gonna happen.
I'm not gonna go on a tangent. I just want to mention one thing I found out very recently about
Oh.
that store we got. The store we went to that we picked up the 5 Rings game. I mentioned it to my buddies who run my local store. They immediately name dropped who they were and were like, "Oh, those guys, they fucking rule!" And they also consistently get like first, second, or third place in the Warhammer World Painting Competition. That's like best painters in the world come together to
We
compete.
really need to go back there. It's such a cool place.
They're dope. They immediately like, oh yeah, did you see the demons like lizard men? I was like, yeah. It's just like it was very fun that the immediate recognition there.
Anyway, so we go to in-game card hobby store.
Kings of Cardboard has opened up, but there's no one else really in there besides a couple of the workers who are sitting on some counters talking. There is one who looks to be stocking some new booster packs that have come in. Seems they're most likely people who will be filling the tables are currently eating outside of it. But as you guys enter Kings of Cardboard, one of them hops down from the counter and she throws up a hand and leans across. Haven't seen you guys here before. How can we help you? Like, one of the guys just like rolls his eyes and like mimes her saying it to the other one, who proceeds to throw one of the booster packs at him.
Well, actually, we were hoping to like check out the rumors of like all the happening going on. Like what's causing people to like close up shop and everything. Figure there might be like some chance for some creepy haunted stuff or something.
Her smile kind of tightens a little bit, and she just like drops her head and like looks at one of the other guys. She's like, I told you that social media thing wouldn't work. I know you've been posting about it, but like, listen, there's just not enough people. And she like totally turns away from you to look at the dude on the counter who was mocking her, and just like, I don't think anybody's interested, you know? I don't think we can get like tournaments up and running, and frankly, I don't think like members like the fucking, what is it, ARG are what. She looks at the other guy who just like nods along. He's clearly not actually really paying any attention to it. She just sighs. Oh, right, sorry. And she turns back around to you guys. Yeah. People have been like talking about it being weird here. I don't really get it. People say that like feels all like eerie and creepy, but it's actually pretty cool. Like, I don't know, just kind of like us. The fucking makeup place over there. They're way too pricey. Don't do it. Unless you have one of their coupons. Their coupons are actually really good. One of the guys leads back. There's a video line upstairs, if you know, that's also there, but yeah, actually, and he like leans, he's laying entirely across the counter. It seems that if any of them are a manager, none of them give a shit. It is also a card shop, so yeah, there's like we come in sometimes and we find things missing, but not like somebody's coming and stealing all the good ones. Just like random shit will go missing, or sometimes we'll come in and something that was over there is now over there. He like wiggles his fingers.
Creepy.
Yeah, sometimes we'll even like close up a shift and stuff's already moved. We were still here the whole time.
Nothing on the cameras or anything?
Oh no, the cameras don't work.
Ah.
And I guess the vents are kind of scratchy sometimes, but the vents also make a lot of weird noises. This place is falling apart, and one of the other ones just immediately chips in. This place is going to catch fire, calling it now. Do you think we could stage like one of us getting stuck under a table and the other one's like all chipping in to like drag them out of the fire and like be heroes on the news? Sounds sick as shit, actually. We could probably do that. I mean, not start the fire because the chick is immediately glaring at both of them, as is the guy who's like packing boosters.
As they're kind of like talking, Liam's kind of like looking around and goes, they re-released it, and he like kind of wanders over to a set of boosters of Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon.
There's a mutter from the guy packing them, just like, yeah, no one's interested in the beetle, and everybody immediately, no one cares about the bugs. No, it's a cool game. It's interesting. Everything else is all of these like anime things, and you know what? The bug one is cool. They're mech bugs. He like looks at Liam as if Liam's gonna suddenly care about the bug game.
Liam, care about the bug game. Dance monkey.
Oh man, I'm always kind of like looking into a new game. I might try it. What's kind of like the idea behind it?
Okay, so, and then everybody else is like groaning and like draping themselves over the counters, clearly giving their friend a bunch of shit. And he proceeds to tell you all about this game, where you start with a like pool of like tokens that are all eggs, and they go through like larval phases. And there's like a bunch of like buffs and debuffs you can put them on them while they're still larval, and that changes what they become when they molt. And it's basically like a preparation phase where you can throw buffs and debuffs onto your side or the other side. But once it hits a certain phase of the game, everything begins to hatch and go ham. There's some that are like speed hatchers, where they will actually get to hatch before everything else and go ahead and move, and everything else is a little bit slower behind, but is normally more powerful. He proceeds to like go real ham on it, but you can tell he's holding back the full details.
This is a special interest.
It has been activated, yes. He is all about this, and he's telling you about how cool the designs actually are, and that they're very inspired, and most of them are based off of real bugs, but like made really cool and are like pseudo-mechanical, but like also actually bugs.
Liam accidentally found the Tobias of this card shop. That's great.
Yeah, and he like purposely gets louder every time his friends like start to mock him.
This whole time this has happened, Cooper he's looking around. He has nothing to add conversationally. He doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. He's looking at the games on the wall, being like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. My brother was into Pokemon a bit. I never was. Like that kind of thing. Just wandering around like a parent that's there because their kid doesn't have a car.
Tobias has to go step out of the shop. It's just too much inane garbage that he can't bother to pay attention to.
That's great. Liam kind of like looks at the starter packs for the bug game. Any particular like pictures on the front, or
Most of the like fronts of them are different types of like rhinoceros beetles and stuff like that. The ones that have like the dramatic different types of horns. There's a Hercules beetle. There is a praying mantis one that is like surrounded by like a bunch of floating swords all around it, alongside its two bladed arms. It seems to be like lunged backwards with thin, spindly legs, and like not quite a ninja look to it, but similar enough. One of the beetles is in like heavy, like samurai like style, like tiled armor, and another one is covered in not like skulls, but like chitinous like horns and like other like segments of bugs, just like patched work all over it. And you look longer, and there's actually like a bunch of different bugs that are part of it, as it seems to be like vaguely ant inspired, like a whole swarm of ants have coalesced into this one bot.
ooh, which one do you recommend for like a playstyle where you have like really big bugs that do some damage?
Oh, one of the two beetle sets, absolutely.
Okay, I think I'll get one of these and 10 of these packs. Places the Blue Eyes Red Dragon.
He does the like lip bite, like tooth suck thing of like, yeah. But he does as much. He packs them all away and looks victoriously at everybody else because at least he got something. And with a purchase, you get one of these. And he hands you a little golden, shiny little plastic token that has like the horn layout of one of the like booster pack, like main like critters.
Ooh, check that out. And he kind of like shows whoever will like pay attention to it.
It is probably Cooper, who's nearby as well. I don't know how has Arceus left the shop or shown any interest in fucking card games.
Nope. Just chilling.
You notice with horror that this place is in fact carpeted, which I mean makes the sound more manageable, but it is a little rough looking.
I doubt they
Yeah.
vacuum much.
No.
But with that, any other particular rumors? Like maybe like places we could check out that were particularly weird, I guess?
Oh yeah, there's the circle in one of the God, what's it called? Fucking. Oh yeah, over at Dick's.
Immature, like snark, but
You laughing makes all the rest of them like try not to laugh or actually laugh. Yeah. There's like, I'm pretty sure like probably somebody else did it, but it does look pretty cool. There's like this big circle of like just random shit from all over the mall, like layered and stuff everywhere, like in the dead middle of like Richard's Sporting Goods. It is on the dark side though, so you're gonna have to cut on a light or risk losing your toes.
fair. Oh, we might check that out then. Thanks a bunch, guys.
Super creepy. Best of luck.
Hopefully, be able to play a couple of tournaments of he kind of shakes the beetle game towards the guy.
Beetle game.
The other one on the counter who got attacked by a booster pack like lifts a hand. He's like, by the way, if you find any car keys, those are not mine, but you should give them back to me. And the chick immediately goes, there's Mom's. He lost the main set of car keys.
I gotcha. No worry, man.
We'll
Why?
keep an eye out.
Why you gotta be like that? He just gives you guys a thumbs up though.
Liam leaves the card shop. I'm assuming with the other two in tow.
Yeah, he's quick to leave with you.
Tobias is just on his phone outside doing research.
Good news. Have a strange happening that we can go check out.
Let me guess, it's in the dark side of the mall?
Yeah, in Richard's Sporting Goods.
You know, I don't know how some people can be in such a hot nest for their supernatural activity and just not pay attention. Like, no, it's the inane stuff that they get super into, but not the moving or occurrences. How can you have stuff just get moved or missing? And just he seems very like annoyed that they're just in this place that has so much supernatural happenings and they just don't care.
It's possible that there's the consideration that like I don't know, maybe they don't want to like put too much stock in it because they think they might have did it themselves and just forgot, you know?
What do you mean did it themselves?
Well, you know, like what's a good example? Like when you've have like been using a pen like all day and then it just kind of vanishes, but it's probably someplace he left it.
I thought you were saying maybe they were doing some Ouija board stuff.
Alternatively, for any other store, I could put stock into it. For this one, it's also equally likely that just one of them absent-mindedly moved a thing to look busy, and then everyone else is making a bigger deal of it. Or not, in this case.
I mean, we know not, right? Because it wouldn't be on the app otherwise.
Well, who knows if what they've experienced is even related.
Very quietly, down the hall, you all hear an almost music box sound beginning to grow in volume.
Kind of like looks in that direction. Is it towards the dark side of the mall?
Technically, yeah. It's emanating from that a ways. You're a little ways down the lit hall away from the central area and the dark side.
Ooh, creepy.
It echoes bizarrely through the mall.
Kind of a...
That, however, I could definitely chalk up to something supernatural.
Maybe. I did some research on the mall before we came here. They used to have a carousel at one point that was actively used.
Do you think that might be it?
I would almost put money on it if gambling wasn't a foolish errand.
All right. Kind of flips on his phone light and begins wandering over towards the sound.
As you guys return to the central food court area, you can see the carousel is on and turning. Everything bobbing up and down, slowly rotates. Some of the lights work. It seems to oscillate around a little bit, which ones are on, and some of them flicker or dim out. You do hear one of the bulbs burst, and you can see one of the people who has left the table full of food is actually on one of the machines and has just leapt off of it as the bulb bursts and eats absolute shit trying to like stumble off of it.
Ooh.
Friends laughing at them.
You all right?
There's just a like muffled groan and then like just feet kick against the floor for a moment in like petulance before he like pulls himself up to his elbows. He touches his nose tenderly, but as you guys are still kind of like walking in that way, you can see it is bleeding just a little bit.
Pretty bad fall. Kind of like looks to everybody else.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for playing on defunct, worse than carnival level tech.
There's a laugh asking if Spence, which you imagine is the dude's name, and one of the other guys kind of like hops off the table and walks over to you guys, a raise of his hands as he shoves it back into his pocket. You guys are just in time for the like every 2 hours it goes off. Sometimes the minutes are a little different, but he smiles, gestures over it. You can't pay for it anymore, so you can hop on if you want.
Huh?
I think
I'm
I'll
good.
pass on the ride.
They say.
Liam looked almost tempted. Both of them saying no. He's just like, fine.
I was also going to say no.
Come on. Don't need to be no fun. It's just a carousel.
What happened with the bulb, though?
The creepy echoing music continues. They seem completely unbothered. He just shrugs. I don't know. It's super old. No one really takes care of it anymore. I've not seen the maintenance guy do anything but like mop up and down the halls. You guys, I don't think I've caught you guys here before. Sorry, name's Solomon. We come to play over a cardboard.
Oh, yeah. Actually just came from there, funny enough.
Yeah, we're gonna head over in a little bit. Kind of checks his phone. We were a little bit early today, waiting on some other guys. You guys should stick around and play if any of you play. He kind of looks over the like some older adults and Jacob's weird sweatpants, but like really professional facial expression of like intent. Seems a little weirded out by that.
Yeah. I dress like a wastoid loser, but I carry myself like a cop, which
Like a
I'm
cop.
not.
Does he
Which
have the
I'm
like? Does he
not.
have the cop shoes on?
He does have good like boots.
Okay, he has the like protest cop shoes on, so he eyes those and like gives you all kind of a look. It's like, well, I guess you're not here for blushings. All right, well, I'll let you guys get back to it, I guess. They don't want to ride. He turns around, like echoes really loud in the place, and all of the guys immediately, oh.
Real quick, I guess.
Uh-huh.
We heard. I used to live here. I haven't been here in absolute years. Completely changed. Remember when this used to be lit and that actually worked? Uh, Apparently weird shit is happening at this mall. Like people are seeing or hearing weird things. Have any of you seen weird shit going on here?
I mean, I guess we've like lost some things while we were here. Let's see. Just last week, Gavin lost his entire backpack. It's not anywhere at Cardboard. It's not here in the food court. None of the other workers saw it, and I don't think any of them stole it. No point. There's nothing in there but like some changes of clothes and a bunch of cards, some miniatures. I mean, they're expensive, but not that any of them would know. He kind of like tips his head towards the food court. V might, but I don't think she'd fucking bother. And then I guess if you stay late enough, you start hearing things. There's like some scratching in the vents. It sounds like scratching to me. Everybody else seems to think it's either scratching or one of the lights is going to fall out or die again. That's scary. The AC system's also just kind of loud here. Every now and then it makes really loud thunks, like somebody's punched it. That was fun. The carousel goes off every couple of hours. It's a little different every time, but there's no controls to it anymore that work. The little console over there is dead as a door now, and you can't pay to make it go, so it just kind of goes sometimes. Some of the larger buildings are like full of trash, like full of tons of like random shit, not just from the stores themselves. A couple of them are like built up. There's roaches. There's a lot of roaches, but normally only like away from all of us. We just make sure to get rid of all the food trash because nobody wants that. A couple rats. Oh, there's some doves up in the. He like looks up to one of the windows, and you can see there are in fact some nests made out of trash. Whole crow got in here once. Didn't stay for long though. Got it out.
Huh.
And anytime we try to convince some of the new folks we find in town to play, they say the place weirds them out too much, so they don't want to stay. But I think they're just being like dramatic. He just kind of shrugs. This place is cool. It's comfortable. Nobody bothers us. Same thing anytime we want. Almost makes you not want to go home. He kind of like laughs and like gently like knocks his knuckles into one of your shoulders who's nearby, and then like realizes you're not bros and kind of like does the little hand up thing.
If it was to Jacob, it's the like looks down at the hand touching his shoulder, back forward, still like business like expression.
Yeah, he like does like a full like lean away, like he moves the one foot so he can lean away without actually like visibly backing up. Just awkwardly puts his hand back in his pocket.
Oh, also his shirt has been washed in a good while, so it probably doesn't feel great. But anyways,
it's a little stiff. I take it that's why you guys are here.
Yeah, we're interested in weird goings on. It's a hobby of ours.
Are you taking videos? Is that what you're doing? Is this like a YouTube thing?
Yeah, he like points over at Tobias like he's a TikToker.
He looks Tobias up and down and just like his eyebrows go up and he's like, yeah. How many people you got? What's the following?
Yeah, Tobias, how many people follow you?
Yeah, he doesn't have that TikToker swag.
Well, first of all, not everyone on TikTok makes, dumb teen content.
Is Tobias actively defending himself this way?
No. I'm saying that just as a
Oh no,
content
I
creator.
know. But most
Okay.
people on TikTok, like your For You page, is going to be absolute garbage.
For sure.
Mine's just
Tobias
people
is
falling
like,
over. It's great.
well, I'm more of the camera guy, really, because no one else here has any of the technological fidelity to do so. We're
So
actually
you just
doing,
like run the account.
yeah, more or less. We're actually setting up a bunch of content ahead of time so that we can have a very consistent release schedule. But you can be on the lookout for Mall Crawlers X Spooky in the future.
That sure is a fucking name. He kind of like pulls up his phone, though, shrugs, seems to tap out some stuff, and then set it back aside. All right, cool. Well, who's your face? He kind of like looks between the three, and then of you guys, and then settles on Liam with like a eyebrow lift.
Honestly, yeah.
He procs him as the only vaguely cool one, and it's mostly because he's holding a bag from the store that they all hang out at.
Well, we got kind of like a dynamic going on, Liam is our kind of like chill guy. Jacob over here is kind of the straight edge. And Arceus is just the guy over here that barely says anything but gets pulled onto screen anyway, begrudgingly. It's quite the
Yep,
it's quite the
that's
interesting
me.
dynamic.
Arceus like a user? Is that your name?
That's just what I go by.
Alright, cool. Works for me. So you guys kind of got like an unsolved vibe?
Looks
You know,
around for
solved?
confirmation. Like,
I don't know.
yes, unsolved.
I don't know if we figured out the formula for like what we're doing, but I mean, if you don't get started, you're never gonna figure that out, right?
I mean, like, fair. Wishing you guys the best. My suggestion, tons of B-roll.
We'll take that into consideration.
You should get a cool shot of the carousel, though. It'll turn off in about, I'll give you like 30 seconds. He smiles and, like, tosses a hand later and walks back over to the table.
As he's like walking away to sell the character, like, yeah, get on that camera guy.
Yes, because that's what we're doing here is taking film. Or are you expecting the camera to whisk away this carousel?
In about exactly 30 seconds, the carousel stops moving.
Perfect cover.
I told you before.
I'll have to actually install the app so I can understand what any of it meant.
I don't know how we could have possibly lost you.
I know it exists. I don't know anything that's on it. If we're gonna make stuff up about what we're making, then I should know what any. I should understand what's even on the app. Or what
There's no
Unsolved is.
point. We don't give off the chaotic energy that most of the front page content gives. Or the charisma of that snack guy.
The snack guy.
Do you think we're not going to be picked up very fast?
Considering that we don't have a channel, yeah.
That kind of provokes the second opportunity we can have. We film all of this, make it seem like some really cool internet series, and then we get picked up by some network and boom, celebrities.
It becomes the other game premise you guys had.
Yeah.
You circled back around to my original, like, offer.
That'd be pretty hard. It usually takes like all of us to take some of the crap down that we've been dealing with, to be honest.
Well, considering the app and the intent it must have that there are other sects out there, going around and showing people blatantly the kind of stuff we're looking into probably is not in our best interest.
Most likely not.
Not
if
that
we
we
do
couldn't,
that-
like, it's always one of those things. You could actually brilliantly disguise what you're doing by just filming up to a point and then cutting it suddenly, like all those mysterious, spooky videos do.
Average person won't believe it. And also, yeah, if we go too far, then who knows? Maybe we'll be one of the next hunts.
True. I personally have no need for extra personal income, so it's not really much of a thing for me. But I can understand why you would be interested.
You can make money off that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, for TikTok stuff.
Yep.
Hmm.
Granted, you're better off going on YouTube. It just has a much better designed algorithm for discovering new content.
I'm excited to see Cooper's YouTube channel with shaky cam and everything.
Cooper's the guy who has like his Facebook profile picture is him in his truck or in his van. So
he watches
True.
hours of trail cam videos.
I do think like Cooper's YouTube taste is viral videos that he's heard referenced from years ago, or it's like fail compilations.
He's like, remember that kid, the kid that got his finger bit by his brother?
Yeah, the
Charlie?
finger bite kid. Yeah, that guy. I remember that video.
Charlie.
Yep. But yes.
Anyway, so we have gained some, at least, consistent information. Scratching in the vents, things going missing, things being moved.
Oh god. You don't think we're gonna have to go into the vents, are you?
Well, most vents aren't designed for traversal for anything other than gases, so...
That's not what that game said. What is it? Around us?
Oh, no.
Wretched. Tobias took psychic damage on that one.
Oh no.
The worst part is, those weren't even vents. They were maintenance panels. You don't have large person-sized grates on the floor where people can drop stuff. Anyway.
Tobias
Though,
triggered by Among Us.
Though, at least if we can go in the vents and that's possible, I do want to live out like Die Hard.
well,
That would be fun.
good luck finding a vent that can house anything larger than a small animal.
Is that your favorite Christmas movie?
Yes.
Yeah, don't they do that in like all of the spy movies? Climb through vents?
Yes.
Incredibly loudly.
Oh, they actually like make fun of it and like, but it's very successful in this one called the Boondock Saints. I recommend it.
I like how this game is us treading the line of things we actually enjoy in real life and are referencing. It's all this like line of how can I make my character reference a thing I love or know a lot about.
I don't know much about Among Us.
These are the benefits of a modern campaign.
True.
I can't wait for Cooper to get into Warhammer.
What are
Yeah,
we
I bought
doing?
I think you
Cooper's
guys-
Army.
Get Cooper to play War for North Africa. He'll be gone for 20 years trying to complete it. He's like, it's so tactical. But yes, as you guys natter on and head into the dark side of the mall, flashlights on your phones cut on. Here, most every storefront is blocked off either by the metal grates with the room itself still otherwise open. Some are completely boarded up or blacked out. Some have full metal shutters, loud to the touch if you do so. The lights are few at the beginning and none further in. There's assorted trash, some debris left behind, pieces of furniture. One of these stores spooks the ever-loving shit out of somebody, I'm sure, as it still has its mannequins. Though, oddly enough, the eeriness, as you guys creep further into the darkness, the longer you're here, it seems to cut away. The curiosity and the comfort of having the building to yourself kind of sets in. Something equally eerie as it is homey about the place. Even if your character doesn't agree. It's like somebody put out a welcome mat. Eventually, you find your way to Richard's Sporting Goods. Cue snort from Liam. The way in is partially blocked. There is an old rack that used to have some type of equipment that's fallen over, but it's one of those seasonal promotion things. It's very light and cheap. It's easy to shove out of the way. The place is dusty and dark. But apparently there's something of interest here. You just have to clamber to find it.
Yeah, they said there was some sort of circle with like different things from around the mall just like stacked weirdly. Might be worth looking at.
Well, so far I can hypothesize that we might be dealing with some kind of gnome or various types of imps, troublemakers, very famous in a lot of northern European countries, especially places like Poland, Russia, Scandinavian countries.
Looks
Nothing
pointedly-
seems. Sorry, go ahead.
Or, I was saying it looks pointedly at Liam.
Nothing here seems overtly malicious. There have been no deaths, right? No deaths were reported in our.
Nope. Yep. I said nothing about deaths. So
Just mischievousness.
Things missing, being moved, and scratching. It's damn. So devils and demons don't really do that. Then I kind of wanted to punch one, despite the fact of the spiritual crisis that would put me in.
Well,
Hmm.
there is an interesting aspect to this. As most creatures that exist in this kind of gnome, goblin, kobold, which funny enough is just goblin in German, is that given enough time, they tend to grow more mischievous and malicious and tend to lure people into bad situations, which this screams perfect luring idiotic teens into bad situations.
They'll do it themselves if you leave them long enough, so wouldn't be hard.
Jacob steps over one of the pieces of cast aside stands and steps on a golf club that kind of rolls over awkwardly under his shoe, but he's more than competent enough to catch himself. It does, however, send a rat scurrying out from underneath the piece and climbing over his shoe before it runs off. A few squeaks of panic. And where Tobias walks, you kind of cut through one of the shelving units and into one of the like open display areas. And you can see a circle. It's a little hard to catch all of it in the light, and it requires pretty much all of you shining lights on different pieces to be able to light up at once. But there is a massive ring. It is partially on the floor and partially uplifted, as there's a couple pieces that arc over it. Some of it's made of old fishing pole pieces, some of it wiring. There's stuffing and insulation. There are scraps of metal. There are shoe boxes. There's every type of imaginable piece of trash and discarded and left behind goods. There are clothes. There are ripped zippers. Everything. All of it amassing. There's even a couple tables and chairs, pieces of different like poles and cooking equipment. There's even a whole one of the carousel creatures, though none appeared to be missing of the carousel itself. A horse with a broken ear. And despite the mess of materials, it looks incredibly intentional. There's an almost fractal look to it. A pattern that's hard to entirely understand, but you're aware that it is not haphazard, whatever is happening here.
Look at all this storage.
Tobias is going to investigate. And if this has any historical references or works tied to it, he gets a +1. Oh, I can just roll here. Eight or 7.
Historical, no, not necessarily.
Well, I would say this also involves the history of the mall itself, when the business closed and everything. Because the investigation creates holds. Not that it matters, because 7 or higher makes a hold.
Yeah, you still have 1. It's just not an 8. But you do have a hold for a question.
I guess alongside Tobias, I'd also like to see if I can investigate a mystery. Just walking around, seeing if I can catch anything that he's not paying attention to, or maybe even something he's overlooked.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
Pretty good.
All right.
unprofessional, he said.
Yeah,
I'm
so
an agent.
I
you
said
get
nothing.
2.
You did say nothing. I know.
All right. Then Tobias has 1 hold, and Jacob, you have 2.
You want to ask your question first, if you have a direct idea of something?
Not at this time. I don't think we've found anything concrete enough for any of the questions.
Okay. I'll ask at least one. I'll spend one of my hold to ask a question here. With all this like clutter, and then the clutter that is definitely planned, hopefully this is actually like a usable question, but what is being concealed here, if anything?
I was thinking the same too, funny enough.
The nature of the pattern is a curious thing. It is very much intentional, but it is haphazard and piecemeal. It almost has an artistic take on it, but not one you're familiar with. As you kind of pace around and the lights are kept on it, you move kind of to the center to be able to twist. You and Tobias both clearly peeking around at this. It does kind of make a little small connection. It's kind of a stretch, but you begin to notice that there are papers, shredded pieces mostly, some of them chewed on by the rats, and balled up in some areas. There's a couple books discarded and some books that are part of the circle. But they lay out almost shapes. You know, the difference between a letter, a regular letter, and like one of those cut out magazine serial killer letters, Jacob?
Mm-hmm.
This feels almost like it. That to what an esoteric circle would be. A ritual circle, perhaps.
Huh. Looking towards like Arceus and Tobias, like this wouldn't be like a ritual circle or something, would it?
I guess. Can I look at it now?
If you'd like.
You've triggered my special interest.
I can't wait for this mall to all contain one of our special interests. We're gonna go into Richards and there's gonna be a gun section.
There was, but they definitely removed the guns. There is a gun cabinet actually part of the circle. It's just buried under a bunch of shit.
Doesn't have anything there. That's my special interest.
Also,
You can pull apart the part of the circle to dig for the gun case to see if there's guns.
Also, what's
And-
the scope of the circle?
Like, how large is it?
Yes.
It is taking up pretty much the entire display area. So, like, all of you can stand in the middle of it and have, like, multiple spaces of you guys between each of you. Like, this thing's really large around. You'd say probably about, maybe 30, 40 feet across.
I'd like to use forensic divination.
Alrighty. You get one hold, and you may ask what magic was done here.
What magic was done here?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
There is no strange sensations. There's no proof that magic was worked, no scorch marks or a strange impact. There's no blood sacrifices. And it doesn't look... It isn't a clearly recognizable circle, and there's no clearly recognizable symbols. The paper pieces are filling in gaps, but they seem wrong. As if they're almost, but not quite. It's certainly an inspired take on a ritual circle, but it is definitely meant to mimic one. It's like somebody lost something in translation making this.
It does appear to be a ritual circle, but
In
he
its
looks
current form,
around.
it cannot work.
It seems a bit immature. There are a number of inconsistencies. Kind of like gently like taps at a few areas, kind of moves a couple things looking around. It
There's also no pentagram shapes, which are very common in a lot of your stock standard demon summoning bits that you've found online and had brought to the antique store.
You know me, I love trying to summon demons.
I mean, it's one of the easiest things to find a bunch of fake occult on, so you've certainly had to look at a lot of it to dig for other things. It has an almost alien take to the layout. There's just something off but artistically inspired in a way about it.
No.
Would you say it's amateurish, or would you say that it's more of a imitative?
I mean, it seems like it's almost like they've seen it before but are getting parts of it wrong.
So
Or
this
maybe
doesn't
don't
look
have
like.
the right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Can't
maybe
imagine it's
don't.
effective to recreate a ritual circle from memory.
Well,
Maybe if you're really good at occultic understandings, but for the most part, yeah, you need to follow some directions.
well,
It's also
that's
fucking huge.
what I mean by imitative versus amateurish. Amateurish means that they have some level of knowledge of the mechanisms or construction of something. Imitative is more of a something entity creating something because it has seen or experienced it, but has no relative understanding.
I get the impression that they have some idea, but for whatever reason, they've not quite got it right. I couldn't say for certain why that is.
Everybody taking kind of like a more magical and ritual take to this. Liam will kind of like look over the thing, kind of noticing just there's just a lot of crap here from a lot of different places. I would like to roll and investigate as well.
How many holds can this party fit in their hands?
All of them.
The answer's so many.
Oh my god, I did.
You get one. You can use it now, or, well, hold it.
That's fair. Kind of looking over all of the different like things and everything, kind of trying to see if like maybe there's a trail to like this abomination or this circle.
You do definitely see discard piles.
Where did it go?
What made it?
No, just trying to see if there's like a trail that like kind of goes off a bit, or if it's just kind of a mismatch of everything.
There are some discard piles set aside, and you kind of leave the nerd talk behind to kind of circle the outside of the circle as well to see if you can find anything. There are pieces of larger furniture that look like they've been dragged from the entrance to to Richard's from the hallway. You can see that there are holes in the ceilings in some places where tiles have fallen out. There is a light that is hanging, but you can see there's a gap around its base where it leads into the ceiling. You also see there are holes gnawed into some parts of the wall that aren't cinder block. And you do see a couple more rats as you look around. They skitter away from you in the darkness, kind of like their eyes flashing red in the light. Unfortunately, they are an animal that has faintly reflective eyes, so you do get creeped out by it.
For sure.
There's a lot of coming and going, and you find a lot of rat droppings in here, as well as gnawed-on pieces of like rugs that have been pulled in, or carpeted sections of the store.
Kind of at the entrance of the store, does there seem to be like, well, if it's like carpeted, if there is there any like tearing, like something was dragged across, or is it more linoleum where there's just like a skid mark or something?
Looking at the floors in here and at the entrance and like out in the hall, you actually don't see any scrape marks anywhere, despite some very large pieces of furniture. Whatever has moved these things here has not dragged them on the floor. It's capable of carrying them. Carpets are torn up, though, but it seems to be from rat claws and teeth. Pests.
Kind of like where he tuned out the like magical talk for a bit, he kind of slowly tunes back in as one of you are finishing like a thought or something, and he's just like, I don't know if it's like particularly weird, but whatever we dealing with, it's at least strong enough, or there's enough of them to where there's like no skid marks from it being dragged in over here, especially with like that large furniture and stuff. Having like helped people move before, those are pretty awkward, and I couldn't imagine you would be able to do it by yourself unless you're like particularly strong or big.
So it could be a really buff gnome.
Maybe.
A horde of like hundreds, or one, yes, very buff one, but leaning more on the side of there being many. That's a good
Could
point.
it be
Yeah, and the
a bunch of gnomies?
oh well, I don't know. But leading more towards like the many, maybe he kind of like wanders in. He kind of points at the ceiling where like different tiles have been like knocked out and everything. It's possible like the scratching and stuff people have been hearing, besides like the rats or whatever, might be whatever it is like traveling through the mall without being seen.
Tobias, as he's explaining this, a book in particular on the floor, kind of cast aside outside the circle, draws your attention.
He inspects the book.
It is just a cooking book, which is odd that it's caught your eye, or, well, it wasn't necessarily your eye, just looked over. But as you pick it up, you feel a strange want to flip through it and do so. You stop on a page, not even really looking for like the picture or the title of whatever it is that's being made, and you find yourself just looking at the ingredients, the different ratios and numbers, the amounts of everything. The fact that it's a peach cobbler means nothing, but you feel like you should rip out the page, twist it until it is a crinkled up cylinder with only some of the numbers on the ingredients left upright, and add it to the pile somewhere. Maybe the other side of the circle. Right underneath that shoe that is leaned up against the edge of the gun cabinet. You think it would go really nice right there. You don't have to, but
Is it some kind of compulsion?
it feels like it would be nice right there. You don't have to do it though. It just, yeah. You just think. It goes right there. And a moment after having the thought, it kind of just fades. You're aware that you just thought it and that it would feel nice that it goes over there, but the compulsion fades.
I see. Hmm. After
And Liam, you're a little hungry, even though you just had some not taquitos, tornadoes. That's what they're called.
It's a shame that the food court's closed.
Adris, you have like a little bit of like an itch, like where your sock is, you know, like higher up underneath your pants. That one part that like sometimes like catches a hair or whatever. And you're like, ooh, itchy.
He does that like awkward, tries to scratch with other foot, you know, like rub shoe.
And Jacob, you just have like a little bit of a headache.
Damn.
It's because there's a gnome, an invisible gnome on your head that's just like has a gong and he's just hitting you on the head with it over and over.
Maybe I don't have any weird compulsion to do something because my faith in the United States Constitution is paying off.
Yeah.
But your disappointment in it is still, you know,
That's the headache.
giving you a headache.
Well, Tobias does, after realizing that it felt like some kind of alien compulsion, he goes through with it and he kind of sets the piece and he is trying to see if like it's a pattern or if there's some kind of purpose, if it makes him feel a specific way.
As the compulsion has faded, you don't feel a particular like emotion about it beyond anything that is your own. You roll up the paper though and set it down, and looking over kind of the other papers in this one, most of them are some page that has some number of like numbers on it or graphs. There's a couple pieces from like a math textbook, a science one. There's one on fly fishing. It's there. There's a couple on like boating and like maps. There's a couple maps. Those ones are largely chewed out and there's just like little pieces of them, but
All with texts, though.
some of them, not all of them. Some of them just have the graphs and numbers. Some of them don't even have numbers. There are some that are just pictures, but they're mostly maps or like pieces left on like the fishing or the boating ones. There are also some that have like how to draw like book, but it's a bunch of like building ones, like blueprints and stuff. It's technical, a lot of it, but it's altogether it is completely nonsensical.
So there's no rhyme or reason, no pattern, nothing.
It seems a heavy lean towards mathematics and like displays of like distances and arcs, shapes, but it doesn't make anything cohesive, which is probably more irritating than figuring out a puzzle. It doesn't feel like it has a concrete answer.
Tobias goes around and he begins inspecting various parts of the circle to see if similar trends occur.
Every shred of paper that isn't a plastic wrapper still hanging onto something is much the same.
And similar with other objects, or
No, the other objects are mostly pieced together, just creating the circle or these patterns throughout the circle. Unfortunately, these pieces are a mishmash, and while there's definitely some like interesting like the fractal almost as like pattern, none of it really like stays matching. It's very shoddy and inconsistent, but it is there. It is on the edge of something more sensible, greater, with intention.
He takes everything in. He flips out a notepad, and he just kind of begins writing down various traits. Anything he can think of, even if it's just a vague notion of something. Maybe he can start connecting the dots. It takes him a significant amount of time to extrapolate all the data, though, so.
Does anybody else do that while he is? Or do you just play errand boys, helping him look through papers and calling out details he asked for?
I think more on that front, as this could possibly answer some questions for what it is. Tobias has a track record with that, so going along with this line of questioning might work out.
He's a pretty smart dude. Liam would probably follow his lead.
Adris?
I mean, yeah, he has a actionable plan at the moment. I've already confirmed that, the magic at least hasn't,
And it's something you're able to keep an eye on. So if it suddenly became like an actual circle that could do something, you would probably begin to recognize that before it happened. At least you think so. You are a cool wizard, apparently. All right.
Super cool.
As you guys do so, though, Liam, you have a little bit of butterfingers, and you do knock something aside while trying to get details on a piece of paper that's like under an old sign that's forming like a greater arc, and it kind of knocks over a few other pieces as it falls. And there's kind of just like the hiss of like everybody like looking, and then you hear an actual hiss and have to pull back as a rat snaps at your fingers from inside the pile.
Ooh, Jesus.
It seems a little cornered where it is, but hisses at you a few times.
He'll back away from it to stop cornering it.
It angrily kind of like squeaks and hisses at you before it scuttles up out of the debris. It noses some things out of the way and puts the arc back to rights before it hops off the side of the circle and disappears into the darkness.
Like it deliberately adjusted the circle back to what it was?
No, not quite. It's still a little off, and you find yourself correcting it. You guys are also really hungry. This is taking a lot of time.
Sorry about that, guys.
Guess we really should have brought the Scooby snacks.
Well, I always come prepared. Tobias will go and bring out some snack bars.
He has the what are they called? The not Cliff bars.
The Cove bars?
The Cove bars.
Cove bars.
Like one of these like food or drink things we'll grab is gonna be like the sponsor. They've paid for ad space in the show, and we'll just have to make special note of it. Like, I really like these Cliff bars. Hand me the brown sugar one, please.
The Cove bars are known for this. There was an older show a couple years back that's like a post-apocalyptic, like isekai D&D kind of esque show, and there were Cove bars in that. They got also isekai'd into the past. Quentin and I looking at one another. But as you guys kind of crack into the snacks that your den mother has brought, they just don't taste good, you know? You want something, warm and fresh, and
Like
that
what?
food court was so welcoming and fun. It's cozy, you know? You feel at home here.
Hmm.
Like maybe we'll never leave.
Maybe when you outgrow this place. But for now, it has everything, you know, a growing Audrus could need. There's plenty of space, there's tons of things. You can move things and take things and keep things, and you can eat, and you can listen, and you can look, and you can run around. You could run down the hallways full tilt, and nothing would get in your way. You could try climbing into the ceiling if you wanted, but you kind of just want to go to the food court.
I can't wait to act on that impulse to climb around to the ceiling.
I'm worried about my worst impulses, which is starting fires.
The closed food court.
There's a couple. There's a
a-
couple restaurants.
There's like 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's 3 things open over there. There's even other people. Jacob,
Okay.
you think that you should bring that rack that had pamphlets at some point with you? Yeah, no, that cardboard one right there. It has the cardboard backing, and then it has the little metal grates. You think you should take that with you?
There's
Has-
probably a second where he just unthinkingly does just pick it up and start kind of dragging it along.
Yeah, these compulsions come and go, but like the hungry doesn't go.
Hungry, hungry hippos.
I feel like everybody kind of like looks at Cooper for a second.
Yeah, Cooper just picked up a rack.
Do you think the information will be handy? He
Duh.
tries to.
He puts it down.
Tobias is deep in thought. He inspects the Cove Bar wrapper more specifically. Looks at the shiny side of the interior of the package.
Ooh, that's so pretty. You should shove that in the hole over there.
And he nods and he kind of stands up. There is a force here. Something is it's not, I think, a creature or creatures.
You know, it might be in the food court.
God, you all would love to go to the food court right now. As soon as he
Would
says
like-
that, you guys are like, it's like when it's a Sunday and somebody mentions, man, I really want Chick-fil-A right now. Everybody wants Chick-fil-A so fucking bad, even though they're closed on a Sunday. It's that. Except the Chick-fil-A's not closed. There's food in the food court.
Do you think the Cinnabon's open?
No, unfortunately, the Cinnabon is gone now.
That's okay though. The food court's still open.
Tobias like looks in his pack for like a pen, a clicky pen, and he pulls it out and he starts clicking it really loudly, trying to snap everyone out of this like this weird compulsory effect. Something sharp, loud.
It hurts your ears to listen to, a little too sharp. A couple more of the rats in the darkness skitter away with an irritating like chorus of little squeaks. A little too sharp in the loud, echoey room. Also, you do think that pen would go pretty well. Like, if you could lift up that
The second
one
he starts
section of
having
the
that
circle,
thought, he just starts clicking it louder, and he just tries to distract himself from it.
Hey guys,
And-
want to go start some fires after this?
I,
So Sorry, did you just say start some fires?
Yeah.
Fire is bad. You would never start a fire here.
Oh, okay.
Besides,
mind
that's a
then.
felony. We would never commit a felony.
Would we never?
Like, war
Never
is a
would I
good
ever.
thing, but no fires. You don't think that you should start any fires here.
but
Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
The light is already pushing it, but no fire.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Leo
mean,
kind of like looks over at the clicking to
Yeah.
Bias. It's like,
You
right,
need to
you said something about a force?
Yes, you need to stay focused. There seems to be some compulsory effect. It all seems to originate around pretty base desires, but this circle is abnormal in that, like, it's playing at the edge of most humans anyway, compulsory need to organize or sort things.
and then what about the hunger part?
That's a base need. It's the feeling of homeness, the
Snack.
feeling of building a den. There is something that is giving this feeling in all the rats. If you notice, we've seen a lot lately, and most of them have been nesting somewhere within the remains near this ring.
Hmm.
Uh,
And fighting against it would be helpful then.
that's why I have
In this
this.
moment,
He's like
he's-
clicky clicky.
he sits and thinks. He has that compulsion of go to the food court, reorganize some stuff. He's feeling these compulsions. He thinks back to what Tobias told him earlier, and genuinely, with his entire heart and soul,
So you have decided
tries to focus.
that you don't actually need that rack. It's okay.
Yes.
Found
He-
something else that will work.
He fills his mind with nothing but the United States Constitution.
He's
And
trying so
he's-
hard.
He's trying hard. He learned it. He had to memorize it. He's going down like the list of each one.
You've
Go,
never
like,
thought of
memorize.
something more beautiful and shapely than the U.S. Constitution.
He's genuinely trying to like have this as if he's combating a demon with some very strong personal belief and tie. He swore a vow. He will uphold it, and he tries to use that to block out these compulsions.
I'm gonna use one of my holds. What's happening here?
You are being all occasionally catching these riffs of some type of mental compulsion, as you have discovered. Most of the traits here that people have mentioned, like oddity things popping up in what you have seen, is somehow related to the rats. I can speak. Perhaps that they are simply compelled by it as you are now. Otherwise, they have just seemed to react like rats, so they don't seem special, only what is happening here. But whatever it is, you haven't found the heart of it. Despite this circle, there isn't like food and bedding material here, so the rats aren't nesting here, and nor is anything else, whatever it is. And the inconsistent sensations and compulsions that kind of come and go, it feels almost like you're on the edge of whatever its influence is. But there is something that is messing with all of your minds, including the rats and potentially the other people who are here, who seem awfully unbothered by the strange happenings. You're not bothered. This is normal. Wait, no, it is not. It is not normal. At least you are aware of that. There's a part of you that definitely thinks this is normal, though.
Mm-hmm. So Tobias is saying, or thinking rather. No, well, he says, whatever this is, he motions to the circle. Unusual as it is, I think it's only a byproduct of whatever this effect is. There's some force that we have yet to find the heart of. And if it is to make the most sense, it's going to be a place that all these compulsions would work, especially the hunger. I think we need to look near the food court again. Something nearby to the food court.
I think that's a great idea.
We are being drawn there. And also, if, they have like an Orange Julius or something.
They do not. We have seen all 3 shops. There's that smoothie
There-
booth.
Yep.
Maybe they have those brownies.
It's close enough then.
Click, 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 click. Focus, guys, focus.
You
Yeah,
definitely actually smell chocolate chip cookies. You think maybe from the sub place.
Shit. We the people of the United States in order to form a more perfect union.
Hmm. You know
Alex
what?
is gonna unironically learn the entire Constitution.
Imagine.
Method
Here, I-
acts so hard.
I know it will help me. I just pull out my lighter and start to.
Oh no, that's terrifying. Why would you do that? Put that away right
It's like
now.
it's like the pin.
Your
trying to
actual
click myself out of
stomach
it.
turns at
Oh,
the thought that would create a spark.
but I love sparks.
No, you
I'm a
love it, but
closet pyro.
you love it, but in the way where like you're entranced by something that is fearful, like you're curious of the thing that can hurt you, that is dangerous, but also, wow, that's really scary. You shouldn't make any sparks here. If it just makes the click, I guess that's okay, but no sparks.
Quiet clicks.
It actually bothers all the rest of you that he's messing with the lighter because that could make a spark.
Hey,
That's a little dangerous.
yeah, you don't need to be starting a fire here.
America.
I am
That's
sad to inform you
strange,
that
though.
lighters aren't counted in the Second Amendment.
Isn't it strange that this is not the first time we've thought about fires today, though?
Is it not?
That's true.
Remember in the card shop where they were talking about this place was going to burn down? Some idiotic thing about staging, saving themselves from their own fire. I don't know. It was real inane, honestly.
Huh.
I do remember that.
Yeah, that is true.
That'd be a bad idea.
Click, click, click,
You know-
click, click, click.
Liam, maybe that game is actually pretty cool. The concept of the ant one, you actually really like. Now that you're thinking about it, it's not your regular play style. Not like the whole have like a bunch of tokens and swarm things, which you're pretty sure based on how card games work that one is. But the concept of it is pretty cool.
Just
Also, you think that fire is really irritating and that maybe he should stop playing with that because that's incredibly dangerous.
there's like an urge to do the impulse, but
You
At
should
the
bite
right-
him, actually.
oh my god. At the mention of
Intrusive thoughts.
changing play styles, that doesn't sit well with it. It's
That's
just
too
so
far.
appealing.
I would never
You
change my
would
play
make
style.
me go a red deck.
You've pushed too far, Maul. But he's just like, He like takes his dragon ring off and he puts it on a finger where it's just a little tighter, and he twists it,
Ow.
and that's gonna how he.
It feels really familiar, though, actually. As uncomfortable as it is, it feels familiar. Like a constant. Like you've always had that ring and it is twisting every time you move. You want to go to the food court right now. You specifically.
Twist.
No. No. I don't think you understand. Every time you twist, you want to go more. You need to throw the things. You need more things. You should go get the things. It's what you want to do. You twist again. Well, that's normal. Every time you move, it twists. It hurts just a little, but you're used to it.
Like the mall wants me to go to the food court.
We probably should just go there. I mean,
No, I think we need
Food.
to leave the mall for a moment.
Liam seems a little out of sorts.
This seems like it's getting worse the longer we're here, and I think we need to regroup real quick.
that also makes sense.
Liam kind of begins to wander towards the
Hand on his shoulder, like kind of pulling him back a little. Just
You are able to be stopped, Liam, and you don't have to go. But it's getting harder to collect your words and thoughts.
all right.
You've
Good
always
idea.
had that ring on that finger, by the way.
Tobias seeing everything kind of escalating. He's just like, "All right, let's go." And
But we still have our faculties.
You're also aware
He-
that unless you can get through the door of the Richards Sporting Goods, you will have to go closer to the food court to get out.
True.
that's fine. Hopefully,
Or the other anchor store. Both of them will have exterior doors. The one next to it as well.
after the clicking of the pen becomes too familiar, Tobias just chucks it.
Oh, but you should actually put it in that right spot.
No, a rat goes and gets it and goes to take it to the spot.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
Even better.
The rat's got
Sigh of relief.
That thing is going to fit so perfect right there. It's going to take forever to wiggle into that spot, though. Wait. No, it's okay. You guys hear a bunch more rats.
They got it. We can go.
Yeah,
so
a
we
swarm
we
moves
make for
around
an
your
exit.
feet and goes to the side of the circle and begins to group lift up the spot. And you guys leave.
Mm. Liam doesn't notice this. Liam's
Well, that
currently
was-
going through it right now.
Normal and not unusual.
Do you guys pry off the boards to go out one of the other doors? And do any of you have bolt cutters to get the chains off?
I have
No, I
fire,
mean-
but I don't know how long it takes to do that.
I don't think at least most of us are at the point where if we go near the food court, we're stuck.
Okay. Yeah. You guys can do that. You guys walk down the dark hallways, and you can see a couple other rats here or there, but they duck out of the way as you guys go by. And when you make it to the food court, you see the various teenagers and young adults dragging furniture and miscellaneous items to the elevator shafts where they are tossing them down.
Why?
They're still talking idly amongst themselves about normal things. Like, these are things like, as you listen to the conversation, it is what you would have if you were just sitting down at a table eating and everybody just talking. But while they are doing this, they are moving things. And all of you have the sensation that you should probably help one of them over there move that table. Maybe the table will help.
Given
Legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in Congress of the United States.
Liam kind of like turns towards the table.
Hand on shoulder.
it is possible that we are being manipulated,
We should leave now. As much as
but
I would
maybe
like
we
to.
should help them with that table first.
You do think that Rita is a bit weak. She doesn't really have that upper arm strength, and she's struggling with the table. But you guys can ignore the want to go help her with the table, even though it would be very nice of you to do that. It takes a village, man.
We can always step out, gather our bearings, and come back in and help.
Tobias is just single-mindedly focused on getting out.
I mean, if you're sure, I guess.
I
No.
pledge allegiance.
You can help her with the next table. You guys make it to the doors, and we have a commercial break because I gotta pee.
Okay.
Doomed. Or I'm doomed.
Things are going well.
It's interesting.
It is kind of fun playing as, like, kind of mind controlled.
Not quite, but
working
there's like
through
just the impulse.
weird compulsions.
I wonder if it's particularly affecting me because I have a really low weird score. I'm actually curious.
I mean, I also have a low weird, but
I don't know. I haven't been compulsed.
I haven't
Well,
specifically, but I've been playing along with it because it just seems fun.
yeah. Well, I mean that's fair, and that's completely like on the on the it's completely the right way to play it for sure. Tobias is just too self-conscious to not immediately notice when he's feeling these things.
if we didn't have the conversation out front, Cooper would be playing more into it.
I'm back.
But Cooper was told a method to fight against things like this. At least he thinks so. And every single fucking thing that Tobias has told him, like supernatural wise, has turned out fucking true or effective. So he's got this willpower that he's pulling from.
Oh, sometimes I get this willpower.
But to confirm now that I'm back, yeah, as soon as you guys are like out the doors of the mall and like a couple steps away, like you get a little into the parking lot, the compulsions fade and then ultimately cut out.
Once you're out there, like Tobias just like he shakes off. He's just a little too self-aware to let these compulsions like easily override him, but constantly fighting against himself is just very restricting. He has to like burn off some energy or something because it's just like a bunch of pent-up stress.
I also think this is going to be, once we finish this mission, it's going to be one of our more exhausting hunts we've done. Just breaking away from like that mental pull and keeping focused as intently, that's exhausting.
There's a reason why that suicide rates are higher in business offices than they are in physical labor departments. In fact, our body dedicates, I want to say, 40% of our total calorie intake to maintaining the brain.
Not me. All muscle.
Sure.
All muscle, no brain.
Quoth,
Exactly.
not a cop 123.
Anyway, once we have gathered ourselves together, we need to think of a route. It seems like the compulsions are exposure based. Not only that, but it seems like the compulsions seem to be getting stronger. Elevator shafts. That's strange. Is this a multi-level mall?
From your
think
youth,
so.
for those who were here when they were younger, yes, you guys know that there is a bottom floor, as I mentioned at the beginning. It has been closed down for years now with the structural issues with the parking garage behind the mall.
Most of it seems laid out on the top layer. He pulls out his phone real quick and he does some research on if there are any incidents specifically with the downstairs.
You're able to find some like different issues of like leakage in like some of the storage areas facing the parking garage. There were some electrical problems down there and some concerns that it could be a lot more dangerous. Just with the like gradual breaking down of the parking like decks, it's going to happen and eventually. The longer it stands decaying, the worse it will be.
So is it like a
So.
underground parking area, or
The underground area is partially like larger shops that weren't like the anchor points. There was like, an arcade down there. There was even one point like a laser tag kind of place. They were like wider, larger shops. There weren't a whole lot of like regular stores. They were like more entertainment based. Some of them were rentable spaces, and then most of the maintenance areas for the mall are down there, as well as some like general like storage. It connects to the parking garage. You can enter the mall through the third, like the floor zero, like basement floor basically does connect to the parking garage. But that's been cut off for even longer than the bottom floor has been cut off in the rest of the mall.
I see. That would make the most sense. He pulls out, or he takes like a Google Earth version of the area, and he looks at the mall, and he kind of diagrams out the various parts, and if the place where we were at felt more like the outskirts, and the food court felt closer, we were compelled to move there, and now they're moving a lot of the comfort items, furniture. It was like couches, right, and stuff like that.
There was some miscellaneous stuff in there, but the more obvious things of what they were tossing were, like not a lot of the tables and chairs from the food court itself, but like benches or bench cushions that like were stuck on them, and then some chairs from the other stores. There's some miscellaneous stuff on one of the tables.
Yeah, there's lots of cushioning fabric. Not necessarily.
Some of it was the table that was being moved was like a metal table.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even that can be material if necessary.
Yeah.
And the hard part is now, how do we get down there? Most sections have been blocked off for the most part. And the garage, which would have been the easiest way, probably has chained up doors at this point.
Next mission, Audrus is going to show, or Tobias is going to show up with fucking wire cutters.
Yeah, bolt cutters
Yep.
in his bag. He wasn't expecting to do so this time around, though.
Audrus, you do like fire again, by the way.
Yay!
Yeah, it's.
Oh, no.
Yeah, obviously from below, and unless, any of you own the equipment to commit some breaking and entering, but
Actually, Nah. I mean, I was gonna say, are bolt cutters unusual?
Are they
No.
unusual? I'm surprised
No.
that our cop over here doesn't have. I mean, our not a cop over here doesn't have some. Be honest.
I mean,
with
it's not
Jacob
you.
is
my equipment.
probably well trained enough to know that if you try and shoot a chain, there is a good chance it's just gonna ricochet and pop
Yeah.
somebody.
It doesn't work. But and I also doubt he would have like the equipment for that.
I mean, we could borrow a pair from my parents' garage.
I mean, we can go buy bolt cutters. That's
I
not
mean-
necessarily the problem. Or maybe it is. Maybe we just need to go and do that. If anything, that'll give us some more time to cool our heads.
And if we don't need to buy everything if there's a cheap option.
I can buy it. It's not a problem. Plus, we want something that has proper grips and good torque. Otherwise, we're just going to be expending even more energy that we're going to need for fighting off the compulsions. Well, guess we're going to the Dace's hardware store.
Christ. Yeah, you pop it into the GPS. Do you guys all go? Just pile in the van.
To Dace's hardware.
Yeah,
Might as well.
there's one about 10 minutes down the road.
Yeah, why not?
With traffic, probably 15.
All right, we go
Don't be tempted to
buy
walk in the mall.
some gloves. Tobias buys everyone a set of thick work gloves and some bolt cutters.
You don't like going to Farmer Supply?
I mean, we could if you have an extreme preference for it.
No, that's on the other side of town. You don't want to go there.
It's just closer to where I work.
Yeah, depending on the time of day, like going that direction's way easier. But you'll go to Dace's, you get your equipment, and return to the mall.
All right, we head to the parking garage. Try to find a basement level entrance.
Y'all loop around the back of the mall. It's a bit of a walk. You make it to the entrance to the parking garage, of which there are a couple. You can go in or out on either side. The ticket machines are, of course, long fucking dead. The place where a guard would sit in the little office is long, shattered glass and dust covered, blocked off with some tape and a don't trespass that clearly no one has ever listened to because there's definitely a couple beer cans in there. You're able to hop the little cement like blocks that kind of keep cars from going in and make it under some of the tape and like wooden, posts that flag that it's an unsafe area. And you have to kind of walk around a bit. It's creepy, and the smell of the sea is a little bit stronger every time the wind picks up as it's kind of funneled in through. But you're able to find the stairs down to the next level, as well as stairs up. The elevator is not gonna fucking work. Again, no power. And not sure you would trust it. And down into the lower level. And there is a wide hallway that is like white tiled, so it's brighter and more inviting, except there's no fucking lighting. So it's dark and creepy and kind of dingy, stained. There's some cracks in some of the tiles. And this lower level has a much more damp, like sea smell. There's kind of that like an edge of wet animal as you enter the hallway. Behind you, there's actually like cracks in the cement of the parking garage itself that your kind of lights skip over. It is very dark and cavernous down here. And every single noise you guys make echoes. You enter the bottom layer of the mall, and there is debris in a lot of places. There are sections that have cracked off of the walls, but have not yet gotten severe enough that something above has caved. You can see some exposed bits of structure under that one of the larger cracks. There's a lot of trash down here, piled into heaps. And you see a lot of, not quite barricades, but supports that climb up the walls and are shoveled against the sides. A lot of furniture, random pieces of ceilings and stuff, the little tiling or the structures in between the tiling of ceilings. See a lot of racks and such. None of these things strong enough to actually hold up walls, if that's what they're intending to do. They'd make great barricades for people if they were actually closed. And in further you go. You can see the elevator shafts ahead in the central area. And swarms of rats around some of the pieces of furniture that have been tossed down. It's been a while, so a couple of the pieces are missing. Others are being lifted by masses of hundreds of rats. There's a maintenance hallway where the doors are shoved open by the hordes and the furniture they carry. Most of the rat swarms, though, you can just hear as they go beyond the light that your phones can emit.
Maybe the Piper's here.
You know, I think we're going to need our hands. Good thing I got these. He produces for everyone helmets. Worksite helmets.
Oh,
Probably for the best if they're like throwing stuff down here.
do we have high-res vests?
I brought those.
Grabs. Ugh.
You guys are able, luckily, to enter, though. There's one of those like metal like grates that is pulled down, and you do have to have at them with the bolt cutters a good bit.
You steal these off a job site or something?
Well, I got these from Daces. Granted, they're not the best material. They could take probably one solid blow. Actually, did you know most on-site helmets are only really designed to reduce the impact of a singular incident, and then they're pretty much useless.
Kind of like a car.
True, actually. A lot of safety precautions are only designed for minor cases. These won't make good armor if there's anything down here, but they have a light. It's not great.
Click, click.
They're very dim, like
No.
bicycle lights.
It's much better than the light on your phone, though. That's very bright.
Nah, phone lights are actually pretty strong, honestly.
That's what I'm saying.
Not good enough, though.
Is the
Which
helmet
means
is
they're just
better,
garbage.
it's not as bright as the phone.
Ah, I
It
see.
was the impulse talking.
Very faint, and then it's gone again.
And at the very least, then I'll only plan to be hit in the head once today.
That's
I
good.
don't plan on being hit at all. I was just letting you all know that these are not designed for repeated incidents. That would be football helmets, actually.
You think you would feel comfortable if you curled up inside the helmet, then? Not this one, the other one that you were talking about.
Hmm.
Do they float?
All right, we need to find the heart of this. He just ignores the intrusive thoughts.
Hell, we're gonna turn into some fucking weird rat creature. It's gonna be something.
Some Nosferatu looking asses down here. Uh,
It's
There
the
are
Pied
also
Piper.
some roaches in the swarms that you guys notice that are just kind of like following along, not helping. Some of them do get
Nice.
eaten by the rats, though.
They're providing snacks.
they are the snacks. Anyway, so
Look, it's Rat Jesus, eat of my body.
Jacob,
Oh,
what
no.
is your goal here?
My goal?
To help move
To
the
solve
stuff.
the crime and protect the citizens of these United States.
All right, define citizens of the United States.
Does that include rats?
I don't know if it includes rats. It's human beings who live in the country of the United States of America.
Well,
So
not
you
those
interpret-
rats. I'm not asking about the rats, gesturing at all of the rats. But like, what is worth protecting in a person, you know? What makes them worth you wanting to protect them?
Being America.
Hmm. Examining this for how he feels. I think it's the situation of because it is purely the right thing to do and digging deeper because he knows that is what is expected of people in his position as someone who grew up watching cop and like FBI media, and that was always the fantasy representation of federal agents, were that they were all actually good people.
That's cool. I'll leave you with your thoughts. Hey, Leo,
Yeah.
Not O'Brien.
what makes a person different from anything else? You know, what makes people better? Or not necessarily better, but just different than all the rest of things on Earth.
It's a very philosophical question.
It is an
wear
awfully
clothes more
philosophical
often than the
question.
other ones.
What
You
makes-
can't say thumbs because other things have thumbs too.
Yeah, but other things don't wear clothes quite as often as we do.
But some things do.
Yeah, like we dress up our dog and stuff. And there's some like creatures that like putting little things on their heads. You know, have a little
Sea
hat.
urchins do like that.
Or
You seem really confused about a thought about sea urchins, like double, but you ignore that.
And then there's the ones that like to wear other creatures. That's
Grim.
No,
Yeah.
but so what's the difference?
And not even
what
solely
makes
a human
people
trait.
better?
what was that? Sorry, Tony.
It's like what makes humans different?
Society, I suppose. No, there's societies and different creatures too.
Ice cream.
I guess the elaborate things that we can build that are as you don't really see anywhere else in nature, like computers, cars, and stuff like that.
Okay, so if like an octopus crawled out of the sea, but it could make a Game Boy Color, you would think that it is worth. And then immediately Jacob is thinking, if an octopus crawled out of the sea and could and build you a Game Boy Color, it would be worth protecting.
Yes.
And then you start chanting the United States.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you guys can continue.
What
Tobias
is going on?
I'm so concerned, Alex.
Yes.
Tobias is looking around. He's looking for something that might indicate the heart of all of this.
Probably the stream of rats taking things down the maintenance hallway.
Yeah.
For
We should probably go that way. But we should probably bring something over there too.
It is also essentially in the area, like Beneath the like carousel and food court, the elevators are like kind of set in. They're like to your side, and across the way is like, or like tucked behind them is the like maintenance hallway. So it's tucked out of the way. Most people wouldn't go down there unless you're just going to the restrooms, which are on either side, like really shallowly into the hall. And then just past the doors of the restroom are the two doors that lead further into the maintenance hall, and that's where the rats are going.
Tobias is going with the flow.
Of rats?
What do you think?
Tobias, what is your goal?
Tobias's goal at the moment is to find the heart, the heart of all this.
What do you feel
He's-
about the heart?
It feels like a black hole. Like everything is being slowly drawn into it. With all the rats and moving all the stuff in the middle. It's just an uncanny like similarity to a black hole in a lot of ways.
You weirdly feel like you want to climb on top of one of the pieces of furniture that the rats are dragging. Not to like go up there, but just to go up.
Okay.
Audrey, what do you want to do? Why are you
Hold on.
here?
Why am I here? To, figure out this newest mystery. Maybe start some fire. I mean,
No fire. And immediately one of the rat swarms drops what they are carrying and turns to Audris.
I joking. You know me, full of jokes.
The rat swarm attacks you.
Oh no, I light them on
Yeah.
fire.
A moment of the dim light. It happens in a matter of a second. The swarm drops the piece of furniture and converges on Audris out of the darkness. And it goes from Audris walking alongside you all to him being nearly covered in rats.
Tobias is just being sucked into this black hole and he just does not notice at the moment. His pure focus is being used against him. He just keeps going.
Audris is a citizen of these United States or an octopus that crawled out of the sea and can now construct a Game Boy. I must help.
You are equivalent to an octopus who designs Game Boy colors.
You are one of those two things.
Audris, however, this happens to you, so you may absolutely react first.
Okay. Fire.
Yeah, do your thing.
I would say Liam's pretty big on like protecting people. I don't know if the pulse is too strong though.
You guys are not currently under a compulsion to do anything except make sure he doesn't make fire, but like you don't have to kill him. He should just not make the fire. The fire is bad. Oh, it's the lighter. Everyone would like the lighter right now.
Well, as soon as there are rats coming toward me, I'm like, oh, right. Fire. They brought this upon themselves.
Roll that funky shit.
Holy god.
They brought this upon themselves.
You make so much fucking fire.
And yeah, I will be adding fire.
What? You'll be adding your fire bonus to your fire. No.
Well, it's my blast, and then I have fire I can add to it.
And what are all the tags on your fire?
Unfortunately, the fire won't spread. Because I got a 10 plus. It does 2 extra harm. So 4 harm, and the fire won't spread.
Okay.
I keep control of it.
You only take 1 harm as they begin to gnaw at you, but the sheer force of the fire is severe enough that it manages to sear them away. Some of them are outright pretty much left jerky, clinging to skeletons. Others are simply like burned or cast aside by it. The other swarms drop what they are carrying and like flinch away from the fire. The rest of you would like to get the lighter.
All right. Creatures, if you don't like fire, why don't you stay away? Or else maybe things get much worse.
Arceus, maybe you should hand the lighter off.
Yeah, that's not happening. Not when I just got attacked by rats.
When you have the lighter, you're a threat, you think, Audrus.
Yeah, but I also feel the most powerful. This is against a base and deep
Oh yeah,
field.
no,
of
you don't have to do the compulsion. I have to tell you that you hand the lighter over. Jacob, you are in charge here, right? You are someone important that other people like and must listen to. You are in charge of their well-being, right? And sometimes the people that you are charged to protect want to do things that are dangerous or bad to other people, and you have to stop them. That's basically what an FBI agent is, right? Audrus might not like it, but you should take the lighter from him.
For his safety.
For his safety and the safety of all of the other people around him. That fire was dangerous. That could have spread. It could have burnt one of you. It could have killed one of you.
I am a freaky anomaly.
On the other hand, I've seen him use it safely in like a forest.
It only takes one time, one stray spark. One stray spark. One stray spark and the whole place burns down.
The rats look like they want to fight some more.
They are hovering on the edges of all of your lights. Every time a light moves, they shuffle away back to the edges. And wherever the light left, more rats filled out. But considering everybody is looking at you currently, for the most part, there is a brilliant halo around you of no rat.
Tobias, whatever this is, really doesn't like fire.
Tobias is
People don't like fire.
He is just focused. He's blocking out all intrusive thoughts. Just get to the center. Unfortunately, that means the compulsions to stop you are also just being shunted from his brain.
Oh no, if you're far enough away, you do not have the compulsion to stop him with the lighter. Instead, you have the faint compulsion that you should help the rats carry things. You are much bigger than them.
Shunt.
And you have better thumbs.
Shunt. Just get to the center. Just get to the center.
It's not very helpful of you.
Based on what I've been focusing on, I do think there's a moment where he is like, even considering just reaching forward and yoinking it out of his hand. However, he has to touch back to his cornerstone. There's compulsion here. The United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, does
not cover mind control, or in this case, mind asking you very politely.
That's a
it
fair
does
point.
say the document gives the authority to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia and for governing part of them as be employed by the service of the United States, to which
There's
I am an
definitely a
officer.
law against arson, though.
I haven't burned anything. I just have a lighter. I mean, I killed some rats, but they were attacking me. That's self-defense.
That
That's
other
definitely comfort.
teenager thought about how illegal it is to start fires. It's definitely illegal to do that.
We logic battle in his mind.
Devin, your food.
There's an angel and a devil on your shoulder
shit,
telling you
one
about
second.
fire.
First Amendment. First Amendment.
The First
Arson
Amendment
isn't
does
the
not
First Amendment.
cover- and arming yourself is not covered by the right to bear arms, because that is not an arm. That's not a firearm.
It is a fire.
It can become
It
a
is-
firearm, but
No.
something's gone wrong.
The technicality is very wrong there.
It is.
You feel a question mark, but he can't have it anymore. Fine, take it.
Is he being forced to now?
Liam and Jacob, you must attempt to grab the
Yeah.
lighter before
Liam
the
is currently
compulsion
getting
lets go.
food.
Yeah,
He's grabbing
Jacob,
his order from the rats who've carried it down for him.
Devin, quickly. The rats compel you.
I do
Well, not the
reach
rats.
for the lighter
Rats
and
are
try
big.
to grab it.
Oh no. PvP.
Well, you're stronger than Cooper, right? You're like tough stats probably bigger than his.
Oh. I have a hack that lets me use weird. What do you think this is?
I will state, I don't know how people can get through life eating nothing but a salad with a little bit of chicken.
I
All
see.
right.
Intrusive thoughts is the theme of today's episode.
I mean, honestly, you're not too picky about food, but
Don't let the intrusive thoughts win.
focus, the lighter.
Oh, Liam,
Then
you're
you
being
can eat. There is food.
You're being actually compelled to grab the lighter.
Oh, actually, compelled.
Yeah, y'all
Yes.
both have to try to take the lighter from me.
Yeah, I step forward to rip it out of his hand.
I go for his legs to help you get it.
I try to set up a wall. I don't know what happens first.
Let's see. I guess Arceus is the monster in this scenario.
I don't think I get.
I
my
mean, I am the
ability.
closest to a monster. I do magic and stuff.
I think for this particular one, I would have to roll cool for it to matter.
Yeah, I would want a cool from you. If it's successful, you can add a bonus to good old Agent Cooper. For you guys, though, it is a tough versus a weird. Or I guess a cool versus a weird. Whatever your FBI training is and your layout.
I
mine
am
would be
one away
with
from
higher
giving you a
stat.
+1, unfortunately.
Damn. The one that like I can increase up to 3 through the professional is cool, so I will use cool.
Actually, that's a weird situation. Would I mark experience for failing to roll a help check?
No.
Okay, I
That's
thought
me
so.
next.
It has to be the low roll.
I got an 8. I see.
You guys can basically play out how the failed grab goes as you guys both go for it. They get close. They
Whoa.
nearly take your lighter though.
Hey, stay back. Shit.
Liam, like,
You guys seriously listening to the rat creature monster? He like dashes back and like ends up doing a weird roll. Go ahead.
yeah, I think Liam, like, lunges for you, but accidentally gets clipped on something, and it veers him off a little bit to where he doesn't actually get your leg.
I think we both lunge at like the same time without even realizing, so we probably just kind of clip on each other a little bit, as like we weren't both planning to fully help,
Fair.
or at least Cooper wasn't, so he was not anticipating you going for the legs and like stumbles a little over you.
You're both so clumsy. You think that you should move on all fours. You don't have to though, but it would probably be much better.
Oh no!
You hear the like sound as then a wall appears in front of you of magic between Archaeist and yourselves. And there's
You
a
all
snap,
think,
and it bursts into flames.
oh, everything hated that. You hate that. Everybody hates that. That's horrible. That's also very dangerous, and you're going to die down here doing shit like that.
Oh god!
All of the rats have moved away from you. They are at the far, far edges of the light of the fire and your various lights. And as you all continue to argue about whether you should be allowed to have fire or not, and how you think you should go no further, so long as you have fire, no fire allowed. You keep that to yourself. That's very, very mean of you, and not very thoughtful about the people around you. Tobias, you have continued down the hallway.
Yep. He's laser focused on finding the core. And
You
nothing
open the
else.
doors. There's kind of like a wash of lack of surety, of caution, but curiosity, nervous air, and not at you, but not at you either. There's a lot of concerns right now. Also, you think that fire is bad and that people are stupid for making fire. Wait, it's used to make food better sometimes. Maybe. Okay, maybe fire sometimes. But you push it all aside, focusing on going further and deeper in. And eventually you do open doors into the actual maintenance room, which is putting it a little lightly. It is a large, not super deep room, but wider, with a lot of mechanical, like various equipment that runs the water, the power, all that sort. There's definitely some air conditioning units down here, greater part of the whole that is snaked throughout the building. There's a couple maintenance hallways that you've passed the doors of to get here. And many, many rats. A lot of fucking rats. And down here, kind of lifted up, you can look down into an area. There's an up top area, and then there's like some little stairs off the side that have railing that go down into a lower area. And lifted up above this, almost flush with the upper area that you stand on, atop tons of pieces of metal and plastic and like piping and rubber coated wires, all types of miscellaneous, has lifted up this large mass of clothes and cast off trash, but mostly fabrics. And all around, rats swarm. The smell of dank, wet animal is strong, almost overpowering. It makes your eyes water. And underneath it as well, a little bit of that briny sea smell. And something like faintly burning that's kind of like long faded, but you do hear somewhere in the room something sparking every now and then. There's dripping as well. But in the middle of this mass of clothing, you see a much larger rat. And a much larger rat, and a much larger rat. There's about 9 of them peering back at you.
The Rat King.
Some of them craning their heads over shoulders. And their tails in a knotted mess in the middle. The Rat King watches you from 1,000 more eyes than it has.
Fuck.
This seems like the center.
It seems like the center.
All right. He has a thought. If he prepared the right thing for this situation, I'm going to use my preparedness. Because I think the thing I'm thinking of is quite unusual. We'll see.
Well, what thing are you thinking of? Do roll.
I don't have it. I was thinking of having a flamethrower.
Huh.
You wish you had a flamethrower right now?
No, he just thought about it earlier. He's not thinking about it right now.
On the bright side,
He
You think about how you wish you had brought a flamethrower. That faced
He's-
with this room, that you would want a flamethrower for killing soft, warm bodies covered in fur that bring you food and nice things and let you come all the way here to meet you, and you want to torch them.
I'm gonna use luck.
You
Oh hell yeah.
fair.
Have you used luck before?
This is my second luck.
Gotcha.
You
What,
have
you don't
a
wanna get-
flamethrower, and you think that you should pull that out of your bag really fucking fast because we're going to eat you down to the bones for this.
Did you bring an Elon Musk flamethrower?
No, it's just it's a composite flamethrower made from essentially an outdoor cooking kit.
No, okay.
It's just got a
It's better
nozzle.
than Elon Musk's.
Yeah. This is not a this is not like this is a legit flamethrower. This is like camping supplies mixed in with like some standard gardening supplies to make a hose and everything.
It is a step up from a bottle of hairspray with a lighter, though.
Pretty much. As he sees this and he knows what he has to do. He focuses on the individual parts. Just screw on the nozzle, attach the hose to the fuel.
As you are doing this, the rats swarm. They will not idly sit by and let you prepare this. And there are a lot of rats here.
Meanwhile, I'm fighting the rest of our party.
No. No, you're not. You are for a little bit. But Jacob, Liam, a person is about to die. A whole beautiful mind full of firing neurons, electricity, not the sparks. Fuck the sparks. The sparks are dangerous and bad, and it's going to go real bad one day. But a beautiful mind is about to die, and it is right. It is right to protect a life from being taken. And both of you go to protect the life.
Shit, I do believe that.
You hear us go stomping off, I guess. Okay.
You watch
Nice
them
try.
as both of them pause and like the exact flavor of expression I will leave up to them before they turn and they take off at a full sprint.
Could I try to use well, I don't know if there's anything. Hold on. Where is it? Where's weird? Could I try to like cleanse this control from one of them using use magic?
It is not magic.
Okay, then can I trap one of them? Or try to with use magic?
You can try and
Okay.
cast a spell. It's your whole thing.
I'll try to use magic
You
to
will not get
trap.
both before they run into the darkness, though.
I'll try to trap Cooper.
Fair. Because you see on his face an expression you've seen many times. It is the exact same face he makes where there is like no thought, all instinct, one of you is in danger.
Alright.
He does the
Nope.
fuck it, I'm gonna draw a gun stance before he takes off running.
I will try. Use weird.
He does put a hand to his holster.
8 works imperfectly. I tried to use trap a specific person, minion, or monster on Cooper.
Alrighty.
This induces a glitch of some nature.
What is the manner of your casting?
Well, seeing something's going down and getting some kind of sense, just with everything going on, that it'll be real bad if these guys go, and Cooper is the most dangerous of us besides myself. He quickly reaches into his like coat pocket, pulls out this kind of mesh, speaks a like Latin incantation while he twists it through his fingers, and as he pulls it out, font in a specific pattern, these like almost ghost-like threads come from the ground and try to wrap him up in a similar kind of manner.
What is the mesh made of?
It is
Fire.
fine. I don't know, probably some type of infant road, you know, like I don't know.
Is it like a metal, plastic? Is it fabric?
Probably a small, you know, like you know, plant-based one. It would be something that is supposed to be made in a way that would be like the way they made certain like ropes in old, you know, ye olde time.
Okay.
Maybe from that, you know, from you know, the Italian lands at that time period, the Romans.
All right. Your woven mesh, it's thin like plant-based, like twines. While you do cast out the effect, the fibers begin to snap a little bit by bit as he struggles against them. The effect slows him. They begin to stretch and grow, the strange mix of material, component, and magic as he fights against it. It will not last long, especially because the rats converge and begin to gnaw away at it. You will have a little bit to try and talk him out of it or do something else, but he is fighting back, and it's the type of it. You know when they talk about like adrenaline rushes, giving people like weird strength that borders on the edge of like pulling your muscles off your bones, kind of like level of ignoring safety limitations, basically.
How Run
Agent
over
Jacob
there
Cooper is at that point.
to him. I'll reach through the fibers, grab him by his the front of his shirt, and yell in his face, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense." I will just start doing the first part of the Constitution. He doesn't know the whole thing though, but he tries to do some of it.
Tries to bring him back.
It's like, snap out of it.
All right. I would like you, as you are. Oh yes, there is a manipulate someone for another hunter. Roll manipulate someone.
You got this.
7. Mixed success. If that applies.
Ah.
All right. Considering you are under compulsion, I will give you an option, Alex.
Mhm.
Jacob may snap out of it and do what Audrus has requested. But if you ignore him and you rip out of this strange trap and follow the compulsion, you will get an experience point for it.
Dangling XP over me.
When manipulating a hunter, if they do what you ask, you mark experience. But since this is an odd situation, I will twist it the other way around.
How much you want that level up, boy?
Man.
Camera focuses on him, and we can hear the warring thoughts of
At XP
the Rat King demanding protection. That you should save a life. That's your job. That's literally everything. It's what you are. It's you don't even give your name first. You give agent first. It's what you are. Compared to the memorized reading through of the United States Constitution. It's incredibly silly if it weren't also a little creepy. And in the darkness behind him, we can see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of eyes flickering red in the lights. Liam, we no longer hear his shoes on the floor as he has disappeared deep into the darkness further down the hall. Make your decision.
I am one just question before I
Yes.
make it, because this will dictate some parts of it. Am I able to see Tobias at all?
No. He is down in the dark.
Okay.
We need to get it together. Everyone else is already fucked up.
I do think this scene that plays out, yeah, for an audience style, it is silly. It's a goofy thing. It's been reiterated a good bit in this episode, almost like this running joke. To Cooper, it is deeper than that. He has truly mulled over this thought, this position, this oath. It's more than just his memorization of the Constitution, which he did actually do. He's very dedicated. It is a almost representation, a mantra of what he swore to do, to go above and beyond his position and help people, help his friends, help those who need help. And he's been with his sept for a bit. He trusts them. He trusts them a lot. And he thinks through flashing through some moments, them fighting together. And also the one other law enforcement agent he did meet, Officer Weber, who they shared a moment of actually holding your office and your oath. And he stares directly into Audris's face, making unbreaking eye contact, and responds, "All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives."
Yes. Oh,
I will not take that XP. Get that out of here.
You have failed your duty, and maybe it's better that you aren't an acting agent. You're bad at your job.
painful.
That's right, I'm on probation. I'm not technically an agent right now, despite how much I've act, because I want to be, and I will be, but not today. Today I'm not an agent. I'm Jacob Cooper, a man who has a gun. I draw the gun.
And there's a good couple hundred rats between you guys and further down the hallway
Yeah.
as the swarm gets in the way.
I hope they like fire.
Liam, you bust open the door and have to like skid to a stop. You're aware that somebody is on the other side, but it's really the last thought on your mind. The main thought on your mind is someone's going to die. Fire, 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 bad. In the time it took to get here, what was the first step in getting your flamethrower ready?
Attaching the hose.
The first rats swarm up your shoes, up the backpack, onto your legs, your hands, and begin to bite. Now, they are just rats, and it's just painful and surprising and shocking just to be bit by an animal, and it makes you want to flinch away. You don't actually have to, but you do take one harm.
Okay.
What is the second step?
Well, as they start biting into him, Tobias knows this flamethrower is volatile, which means it can malfunction real easy. So he thinks very hard on the fact that if these rats bite the wrong thing, this could just explode.
That's fair. But they are prepared to do this for the sake of all. For the whole. For the United States.
For the greater good.
Fuck!
You've accidentally ingrained your own ideals into it.
Oh no.
Into the rats.
For the United States.
These rats are soldiers. They will put their lives on the line.
They start...
Alex, your
reciting the-
determination has been used against me.
No.
They start reciting the Constitution.
Little squeaks to like weed.
Well, as he gets a sensation that these are some pretty hardcore rats, he quickly screws on the hose onto the fuel.
More rats join, both
Oh my
on
God.
you and begin to crawl onto the nest and begin to mass over the Rat King.
That will not save them. They'll just be covered in burning rats.
As you take up the next step, more rats begin to bite and tear at you, scratching, trying to rip through your clothes and get at the skin underneath. There seems to be a heavy focus on trying to get at your torso and your hands. You take 2 harm.
Ugh.
Oh god.
And then you hear behind you the sound of the doors poof, poof, into either side of the wall as they swing open violently. You feel the wind like rush at your back as you're not too far away from that to get to the edge of the railing area.
If I may. How far
Liam.
gone am I?
You realize you are still around enough to realize that the someone who's going to die might be the mind that is touching yours, and it might be Tobias. You're not sure which one. Both of them would be very sad. Both of them would be the death of a brilliant mind, and that is a very unfortunate loss to the world as a whole. Intelligence is very important, though so is creativity. And there's like a moment of argument, but then immediately centers on he's crazy and putting together a flamethrower. You're pretty sure for the giant swarm of rats that you can see. There are also rats on him, biting at him. He is putting together a flamethrower.
That's pretty sick, though.
It's pretty
You have
creative.
a heavy compulsion to stop him from doing this. You do not have to kill him, but you should stop him from making fire.
What if an octopus put a flamethrower together?
That's
The
not
rest start
impressive
imagining a
because
rat-
all of the
octopus.
people can make flamethrowers. If an octopus did it, that would be very impressive, but he's not an octopus. A rat. It's impressive that a rat can think this well, okay? It's a smart rat. You think that you should save the smart rat. I'm different. I'm unique. We are special, and you are killing us. Well, not you. He is going to kill us. What is the United States?
There's like this weird, if Tobias looks at Liam at all, but Liam is like, there's like the start to going on all fours, stop, go back to standing, stop.
All four of you are suddenly thinking about, is the ocean the United States?
Well, technically only part of it, because only the bordering waters will be.
Okay, but not like
territorially
super
safe.
deep, not like not like the scary parts of the ocean.
No, just it's the immediate waters, and then
Okay,
there's parts
great.
that are
But
communal.
you like the United States.
And then there's like the immediate thought of like, no, he's not crazy. He's smart. He's probably one of the smartest ones in the group.
That's not being argued. Yes, he's incredibly smart. He's very smart. You're actually all very smart compared to rats, at least regular rats. But he is also trying to kill something smart that he hasn't even talked to, which is incredibly rude of him. I haven't done anything.
I mean, they attacked me for thinking about fire.
He's gonna let out.
Shut up. Your brain's not here right now.
All right, everybody.
I've been rejected.
Everybody, just stop. He's trying to get the rats
Just to buy
and
stop.
Tobias to stop.
Tobias has been fighting literally everything that's come into his brain at this point. He is focused solely on this one task.
There is a very slight stutter to all the rats, and then as Tobias continues moving, the rats continue biting.
Can you try to get convinced like I did?
What?
By the way, I
Liam
must
tried to
say-
convince Tobias. I think
Yeah.
Tobias has a pretty sturdy mind. I will leave that up to Cameron.
No, Tobias has fortified his mind. It's already been kind of his downfall at this point of going ahead. He's focused. He's got this soul thing on his mind. Everything else gets shunted. It doesn't matter. All that matters is dealing with this.
Liam, stop him, or we will have to kill him. There are so many rats.
He's gonna move to stop Tobias.
I should also say, the whole putting the flamethrower together thing is just the flair of me having a flamethrower.
Yeah, I know it doesn't actually have steps, but you are also fighting to put together a flamethrower while a bunch of rats are trying to kill you. And there are an insane amount of rats. So I have to find a way to, like, do things to pressure it, or else you will just put together a flamethrower and roast it immediately. Like, it's not going to just passively sit there.
Well, right. Is it gonna die with 3 harm?
You don't know.
I'm just saying, mechanically speaking.
It's just
No,
a
I'm
faster.
giving Liam a chance to try and stop you, but like, you have it mostly put together at this point. I was just running off of the 3 steps you gave me before we moved to the other thing.
I don't know. What would this be?
It would be the same as everybody else. You can pick your both of you may pick your like stat of focus for your respective playbook and roll it against one another.
All right. Tough
The
it
focus
is.
set for our playbook?
For whatever like your focus as a character is, whatever you are intending to resist with.
Well, it's probably a physical thing if words aren't reaching, so probably a toughness then.
I mean, I'm
For you,
trying
yes.
to force myself to make a flamethrower and shoot it, so I'm assuming it's also tough.
It can be, or it can just be the technical willpower to resist him, and you can do some Sherlock theater of the mind, slapping him away.
You let me take sharp, I'll take sharp. I won't,
will let
I won't
you.
say otherwise.
Oh my god.
Liam.
Nice, Liam.
I'd like to use luck to fail. I'm just kidding.
As you are grappling with him, trying to take it away from him, what exactly is what are you doing? Are you trying to take the flamethrower away from him, or are you just trying to pull him away or stop him from moving? What's the goal?
Probably just stop him from moving so he doesn't get killed by the rats.
Tobias, how long has it been since you've had just like a really good hug?
A long time.
Just like a really solid hug by someone who like legitimately cares about your well-being.
Shunt. He's
Warm
nope.
and comforting, and you could just be a decent person and enjoy
Nothing
this.
will please him more right now than burning this thing to
Did your
the
parents not
ground.
hug you enough?
He barely saw his grandparents, and it doesn't matter. He's gonna burn this thing to the ground. All he's gotta do is flip the lever.
The two of you grapple with that. The camera changing angles, the rats trying to help Liam, but it's kind of difficult to hold somebody down when you are just a pile of rats. There's less biting at the moment, but there are definitely some like scratching at some of the seams of the flamethrower, desperately trying to pry it apart. But again, a bunch of regular rats trying to do this. And further down the hallway in the darkness, we see a flicker of a light cut on as Adris, the swarm
Hey,
of rats,
fuckers.
approaches in a wave.
And I will give them a nice wall to a fire.
Roll that shit.
Now. Burning ring of fire. It's some ass.
And
It's
this is the
wall.
one where they take damage if they pass through it, right? And it gives you armor.
1 harm, barrier, close armor. And yeah.
And then this has a glitch, right? Or is this a different one?
No, it's not weird. It's just fire can spread.
Okay. The spreading is useful, at least. And it begins to crawl over the rats, them piling up, and a few manage to break through. Jacob, are you shooting rats, or are you doing something else?
He's got a shotgun. Maybe, I don't know.
I did not bring my shotgun.
Should have brought your shotgun. Then you could just be spraying them.
Should have. I feel like he is. He pulls out his gun as like that reflex and is like, "What the fuck is this going to do?"
It was cool for the scene.
It looked cool, and then he just starts like I think just kicking and stomping and batting, just playing defense for Arceus.
Defense.
One of your kicks is particularly just beautiful. There's like a rat that goes flying, slaps into a wall, and bounces off of it with a squeak, and then just into the horde it goes. But there's a mismatch between the two sides of this. Two different swarms of rats, two different duos of people. A very different energy to the cutting the fox in half, while two of you have a weird, like, moment. But the rats do converge. They manage to bite some of you, Andres and Jacob. They nip and scratch at you. Largely, you're able to kill most of them. You all take a harm.
Even
I'll
with
just
my
focus on
armor?
my bulletproof vest.
In the other room, Liam, do you say anything, or are you just holding him?
You gotta stop or they'll kill you. Please.
He's laser focused. Nothing gets in.
Nothing gets in, nothing gets out.
In a panic, all four of you now can feel and like sense, like, it almost feels like you are transposed over each other. The two that are before the Rat King feel like they're further back in the hall, staring down a wall of black fur and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of red eyes glinting as they catch a flame. The distant phantom pain, almost, of them too. You see Jacob and Audris fighting the rats. And the other two, you are grappling over the flamethrower, and you are the horde of rats. Some a little damp from where they have been moving through the little bit of water that is always leaking in, always fighting back, always climbing higher. We have to go up. And you are the Rat King watching this all. A branch between it, a web strung between you. Tobias, your arms are limited, but you have a flamethrower. As set as you are, and as toothless as Liam is for the moment, there is an upset as you manage to struggle free just enough. You may attack the Rat King should you continue to ignore its desperate pleas.
He does so.
The room ignites immediately, and Liam, you find yourself terrified, but also furious. He has to be stopped. He has to be stopped. The heat is getting closer as the ball of rats overtop the Rat King. You all feel so comfortable, and yet you are so scared. Liam, attack Tobias. As Tobias lights the shield of rats.
Oh, God.
And Tobias, of course, you may roll your use of the flamethrower. You will definitely set some rats on fire, though. There's just too damn many to miss.
Oh, holy fuck.
He was
is
determined. This is
He's
the
so
only
fucking
thing.
determined.
Oof.
You hear the Rat King in your mind. Spend your luck.
No.
Liam forced to attack Adris with intent to kill. Or not
Tobias.
Adris. Tobias. I keep looking down at my sheet and
Fight
reading
me.
Adris. You're at the very bottom of my sheet. So I always see that name first as I like scroll up. As you attack Tobias, how do you attack him?
As it's kind of more in the moment, probably just swings a fist across the jaw. His laser focus keeping up on the flamethrower. It's just an open shot.
Deal your harm.
What is a fist weapon? Is it like a
I don't
singular
think
arm?
a fist actually does damage.
I actually have a graph somewhere that I found.
I know it can do damage, but the only way for it to be like, or one of the ways for it to be like really deadly is with the divine. It turns it into a 2-harm messy.
Aha! I found the sheet. Do, 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 do.
Oh god. Are you guys going to see the terrible instance where the kids start leaping down the elevator shaft to come out?
That'd be horrifying.
Oh god.
Yeah,
The
goddamn.
closest will just be 1 harm.
Alright.
That does make me unstable.
Oh,
What is the harm of your fucking flamethrower? And what
It
do you
is
choose
3.
as? And what is the effect?
It's 3 harm, close, fire, heavy, and volatile.
And with your 10 plus, as you don't have advanced, what is the extra that you take?
Oh, let's see.
take 1 less harm.
Unfortunately, I'm using this as a double-edged sword. He's not paying attention to anything. He lets himself get cold clocked. I'm gonna inflict terrible harm and do 1 more. Or wait, is the Shield of Rats like a separate thing?
I will go ahead and clarify just so you can make an informed choice because it's not going to matter over much. It is not with fire. The fire will spread, and the shield and the Rat King that is beneath it will catch fire.
Alright, inflict terrible harm.
Any other weapon would have to kill the swarm shield first.
Oof.
As he sits there, he staggers a bit. Unstable just means I'm bleeding, right?
Yeah, it will get worse over time as I proc, unless you get help.
Okay. Yeah, he's just laser focused at the moment. And so focused that he doesn't even notice Liam clocking him until he's already like staggering, but he holds firm, squares his feet out, just keeps the fire traced on them or trained on them.
5 is enough.
It was 4.
No. Oh, you only take. I thought you did terrible harm.
Terrible harm is +1.
Okay, so it does 4 total.
It does 4 total.
What was 5 then?
I don't know.
I heard somebody say 5. All right, cool. Awesome. In that case, you torch the shield, and the rats begin to die off. Some of them instinctually throw themselves away. They can't handle it, or the control falters. All of you are hit with an intense panic, and then pain. Fear and pain. Everybody,
Everybody
as
do.
the Rat King torches and burns, your minds are overwhelmed by the sensation of burning alive while nothing at all happens to you. The rats all around begin to twist and twitch on the floor, shrieking noises, maybe even some of you screaming. The Rat King is alive, laying in a torched bundle and trapped by the tails, which twist around one another as they writhe and try to escape. And Liam, the feeling of the too tight ring on your finger twisting, tied horribly to others. All of you feel the twisting ring again and again and again on top of everything else. But by the end of even that, the Rat King barely is standing. Tobias, if you can muscle through, you may finish the job.
He's going to. The second he sees it moving around, he just...
Act under pressure for me.
Awesome. I can use sharp.
Hey.
Helpful.
That is a success.
A worse outcome, a hard choice, or a price to pay.
Okay, sure. I think that's acceptable.
I will give you a hard choice. One of 2 different minds will echo in yours on occasion. You may pick the Rat King or the other, and in exchange, you may kill the Rat King regardless.
Ooh. I'll take the other.
You are able to muscle through the pain of burning alive, and you complete it. You kill every last one of you. In your minds, at least. Even seeing and moving, you see the lights fade out and go black. They don't make sense. There's still light and color, and you are warm in a nest. And you are so many things, and growing all the time, you are so many more, and then you're not. But the pain at least is gone. And then your sense of self rushes back in to fill the gaps. And Tobias, you think that you should be scared of the sea.
Ooh.
Oh.
United States of America.
No mind answers back. The rats around you, those that are alive and uninjured, just skitter away or sit in place, cleaning their fur, some of your blood. And you all pick yourselves back up or do whatever else. You are free. My compulsions are gone.
Guys, it's mind control shows up.
Your phones all ping.
I think Liam is just breathing heavily and kind of like gripping the wall behind him.
Tobias is unconscious or falls unconscious and is bleeding out at the moment. It was so much stress and effort to push through as much as that he's now just helpless.
We do need to get him out of here. As like the rat's clear, Cooper is already running over to figure out what's in the main like room.
You find the most OSHA hazard room of all time.
That a flamethrower was used in moments ago.
That a flamethrower was just used in.
This is a very enclosed area that
It also smells horrible from all the burning rat fur.
Also, you probably should tend to the probably like still lit flamethrower that might just ignite being on the ground.
Yeah, it's is there a method to no, we need like an item or ability to stabilize someone, wouldn't we?
Nope. It's
Yeah.
just a normal action.
Oh.
It's
Is that action?
what is it?
Is it help out? No.
Four or higher harm wounds require healing moves, time in an infirmary or hospital, or magical healing.
I do not have any healing.
Everything below that is first aid.
You
Can
have
try.
Yeah, you have healing, don't you, Arceus?
I can try to use weird.
Go help him. Ed's like Cooper goes over, like, I know weapons, and he's gonna try to deal with the flamethrower that is still lit.
You think probably the safest thing, given your immense training, is probably just kicking it into the water down there.
Kick.
Sploosh.
He can buy another one.
I've never felt so much like a D&D party than just now when we killed the Rat King.
Oops, the exposed gas line under the mall.
Hey, 10.
Man, I've been getting... Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
That's pretty
I
good.
thought we'd have a final fight. We didn't even get to get in it.
Nah, flamethrower.
Oh.
Flamethrower was his weakness, and
Well,
he's
to
all
be
ahead of
fair,
it.
I'm a
Art-
flamethrower.
the
Well,
fight
technically any
is
AoE.
getting to the core. We were fighting the whole time.
True, you guys did have to fight a legion of rats between
And-
you and the door.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could have stopped both Cooper and Liam.
No, if I
from
was
stopping
there,
me.
you did a.
He would have shot you with the gun.
I would have shot him. So fucking.
That's what I was
really
worried
smart
about.
Move, yeah. I have a gun.
I was like, Alex is gonna kill him.
Thankfully, Liam was under the impression of, I just have to stop him and they won't kill him. I just have to stop him and they won't kill him.
He has a worse weapon. I already went over this with Arceus. Blam blam.
Yeah, Tobias's whole method for dealing with the Rat King was literally just do the thing. Think of nothing else. Nothing. He would have gone to such depths and suffer such harm.
The Rat King was kind of funny though. I felt a little bad for it as we killed it. I was like, oh shit.
It was a very endearing.
Could we have talked to it? I don't know.
We could have.
Possible.
Tobias felt nothing. Only get rid of it. That was it.
But with the clear like visual of like Tobias being magically healed is from what it seems.
I did roll a 10 for weird to or use magic to try and magically heal him. I don't know how far down he is.
What's your current harm?
I'm currently at 4 harm out of 7.
This gives you
Oh.
1 healing.
Yep. So drops
I
back down
stabilize.
into the safe range, so you are stabilized.
Yeah, with the clear indication that Tobias is okay. Quickly to not spend more time here and help usher everyone out. Cooper is going to quickly take a picture of the Rat King corpse.
It disintegrates. None of the rats go
May
though.
rest in pieces.
Ooh, the rats aren't considered thralls.
They're just minions.
And like immediately phone back in pocket and like hand on Liam's shoulder. Like, you good? You okay?
I don't know. I was on fire, but I wasn't.
Ditto.
You're seeing whatever this was. And it
Form of a
had some
rat
type of
hive
mental
mind.
power.
We gotta get Tobias out of here.
We do.
He gets up off the floor where he kind of like slid down the wall, too.
I look at the flamethrower, look at Tobias. Is he even like, how's he doing
The
at this point?
flamethrower has been kicked into the water.
Oh,
It's
that's
not
right.
here anymore.
Felt inspired.
Tobias is unconscious.
You're even after healing? Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I
he
don't know.
dropped from like the mental exhaustion. You can wake up as you please, what you think is fitting.
Yeah, that's fair. Nah, like when he got hit in the jaw by Liam, he fought an concussion at the very end.
Oh,
A hard hit to the jaw plus already strained brain. It is just meat, my man.
Yeah.
I guess Liam and Jacob probably go under each arm.
Yeah, we will carry him out as I also think Cooper at least knows very, very basic first aid, as there's a skill for a profession for first aid, but no actual, like, I didn't take it. As in, I know, probably shouldn't wiggle his head around or, like, carry him in certain positions. He's got an obvious concussion. Let's just tread lightly with his brain.
You don't think he's in any permanent harm, right?
Shouldn't be. It was just a punch.
Okay.
I've heard of people dying in one punch.
He'll be fine.
Also, I don't know if you've carried dead weight, but fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are able to drag him through the hallways. The eeriness of the building all the starker as that latent sense of home is gone now. There are still rats and probably still some anxieties that they will attack you, but they mostly run away. A few do post up and hiss or chatter angrily at you, like it'll make you leave any quicker. You're able to carry him up once you get through the parking garage, and dead weight up the stairs. It's a fucking nightmare.
Thankfully, we have 2 people working on it.
Yeah. And probably pull him over the barrier while one of you goes and gets one of the cars to bring around.
mine because he can just fully lay down, like in the
It's a-
back.
Yeah. You're able to bring it over. You can't actually get into the parking garage, but it's easy enough to carry him around the blockade thing and into the back of the van. Do y'all remain until he wakes there, or take him somewhere else?
Probably should get his, consent before we drag him to a hospital.
Well, we can
Yeah.
at least get away from here.
Everyone knows the best treatment for a head injury is sleep, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I was joking, Alex. Please don't
Yeah.
let somebody sleep.
it's
To be
we should let
fair,
him
it's
nap.
not the sleep thing itself that's going to hurt. It's because you can't track like how aware they are, like if it gets worse.
Yeah.
People sleeping when they have a concussion doesn't actually do anything.
I could heal him some more.
I mean, he'll just like lean
When
down.
you're all
Probably
like
if they're, waiting.
conjecturing, Tobias like
Yeah.
stirs.
Oh, there he is.
How many fingers am I holding up? Holds out
Oh,
like
what are
3.5.
Are you feeling all right?
No.
Are you feeling a little
Surprising.
ratty?
I don't know. I need a minute. He takes like a good solid few minutes to like recollect himself as he gets up. He is covered in bite wounds.
You know what? Maybe I should try to heal him again.
Yeah, the gruesome kind of wounds, a little eaten into his torso, are particularly upsetting.
Technically works, but
Works with a glitch.
I can take one harm. He gets one back.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, there's a bunch of glitches you can pick from.
Yeah, I can pick any of them. Effectus weakened, short duration. Okay, cool. Or you can take a harm, ignore or armor. It draws immediate or unwelcome attention. Problematic side
Whoop, whoop.
effect. Yeah, the entire time you start healing him, like as soon as you start, you feel it begin to eat into your torso.
Ooh.
Do you continue healing him?
I'll give him at least that one. He deserves it.
You check your torso and nothing's there. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Still feels like it's there though.
When he's all better, he's just like, I honestly don't remember much of what happens. I know I was focused on doing something.
That's
You
more on Liam's end. He's the one who saw it.
Well, you killed the giant rat thing, and I and what am I talking about? And I punched you in the face. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I think I know why. Loosely. Though there's a good chance that I've suffered some brain damage. I think I'd like to go to a hospital.
We can take you to one.
I have really good insurance, so no need to worry about the costs.
Oh,
I hated that, I think, more than anything else we've ever done.
that was a strange creature.
I guess I don't know. Everything else had just been like physical, other than like seeing the dead bodies or whatever. But I don't know. It's just, ugh. Being compelled like that is unsettling.
Tobias checks his phone.
Yeah.
Everything is that chromatic aberration, like when things disappear. You see that while looking at your phone. You blink and it's gone, though. You probably did get hit too hard in the head. But you also have the notification that the job is done.
on you,
And
Bill.
in your inventory, you all find you have a new trophy, the Twisted Tails. And in your valuables, a jarred awoken mind.
Jarred awoken mind.
Does it have a value?
Yeah, the valuables always do. Do you turn it in?
Yes.
725.
Ooh, baby, that's a big one.
Oh boy, I'm getting groceries tonight.
Maybe you can wash these vests.
No,
Holds out to Jord.
I'll throw them away.
Yeah, Tobias got fucked up. The fact that he didn't even like brace or anything for that punch to the face, he took some pretty considerable damage.
Fair.
I thought Cooper would have given you a problem, but maybe I should have been worried about.
Also, I think this is your first time damaging, and then you also just straight up killed the creature that we were hunting.
It did cost a lot.
The Rat King is a very weak creature. The problem is that its only attack is payback, and it makes hunters attack hunters.
Oh.
The swarms themselves grow in severity the longer they are allowed to do it, so long as reasonably more rats can join. And they gain more HP the longer they gather. If you let it go on for too long, the swarms become unkillable and must be evaded and escaped.
I don't suppose we could have talked reason into it.
I am
Depends.
curious about that.
I don't know. Didn't happen.
Did start to learn about the United States, which is
Yeah, I started learning about the United States. I felt bad after that.
It's a good American Rat King.
Yeah.
Except it's not very American to be a king.
Mm.
We
True.
could have turned it into a rat president.
It could have been Rat President.
There was
I don't know. It was radicalizing the rats in the horde. I think it's better off.
I
There's
mean,
rats
military
radicalizing them.
tries to brainwash soldiers, so
If we spend enough time there with just
teach
strong
the Rat King
determination,
propaganda.
maybe we could have turned it into a rat republic, and it would have set up like elections, like a court system, you know.
Are you saying if we, the people of the United States of America,
Yes, I am saying that.
You know what would have been? It would have really broke my heart is if it started screaming the Constitution as it died.
You never would have thought about the American Constitution the same way again.
No. I had to find something else to focus on, like God or something.
man, that thing destroyed me and Cooper with the whole like defending people aspect that we have.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Man, I got rejected by it. You're like,
Yeah, you actually broke the mind control pretty much.
It didn't want to touch you. You were obsessed with fucking fire. You're gross and weird.
I'm like, I want to burn things. They're like, no, what? No, you don't.
Something's wrong with this one. Everybody else has rights, but the arsonist.
I think in my head, in Arceus' head, he's like, I'm feeling weird compulsions. You know what other compulsion I should drag out of my Psyche.
Your pyromania worked. It almost got you eaten by a swarm of rats, but it worked.
And we let it happen.
Fun fact, the weakness for the rat minion stat block is they are literally rats.
Yeah.
Nice.
Easily killed.
The weaknesses of the Rat King are any AoEs, so explosions, fire, acid,
Flamethrower.
and what mind control. It can actually be mind controlled back. Not that any of you can do that, but it's there.
That's such a interestingly weird way you could go about doing that.
Psychic
I mean,
rat.
yeah, if it's influencing like that, and
I am the
changing
Rat
things.
King.
You could theoretically control it and shift its like maybe like ever-changing mind and thoughts into something that is like a non-threat.
Yeah, it's
Like
mind is not
an
defensive.
American citizen?
There's not another psychic thing that it's had to sit there and grapple for control with necessarily. So it's
I don't know.
Pretty
I have another
Ooh.
voice in my head right now.
don't
You
worry about that.
You get an information network of rats. That's badass as hell.
I mean,
You
you
could have
were
become
already
the Pied Piper.
making the Rat King more more dangerous. Tobias is just like, oh, if they fuck it up, they're gonna cause us all to blow up, and they're like, it's for the nation. He's like, oh no.
That wasn't me.
It's a
that
patriot.
Yeah,
So-
the fucking moment of what the fuck is the United States killed me. It's so fucking funny.
That I'm gonna miss the Rat King. They're really funny.
I mean, technically, you have an awoken mind, so you can Frankenstein some shit, I guess, but not if you sold it.
I haven't
I
sold it.
sold it immediately. Tobias, how much do you want to make a rat Frankenstein monster?
Not at all.
What would I even do with it?
You could train it to be
Like
a weapon of psychic control.
That's cool.
You put it into a fire-resistant body. Don't do that.
Maybe he might hook some electrodes up to it and try to create a true AI.
But yeah, all of that shit aside, and a hospital trip that kind of kills a lot of the everybody talking, because what are you gonna do? Talk about all that shit at a hospital?
I'm sure
we
there's
sh-
some crazies. Oh, go ahead.
We'll do our end of session experience. Did we conclude the current mystery?
We did.
Yeah.
Yay! One session. Go team. Did
You're
we
a
save
Christian?
someone from certain death or worse?
Yes.
Yes.
Did we?
The hunters
Yeah.
don't count.
Oh,
Hunters don't count.
No.
No.
No. Unless this got way worse. But
we took care of the threat before the teenagers threw themselves into the elevator.
does economic threat count?
No.
Oh.
Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Yeah, there's stuff that can fuck with your mind, which is no bueno.
I will allow the discovery of psionics to count. Did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
Yeah, Jacob's super into the Constitution.
It was my focus for this part. You told me it would be helpful, and I listened to you because you're right.
Well,
And it did work.
You were so focused, it was starting to affect the rats.
So
True.
he just had it memorized, so he's like, I'll do this.
I mean,
Cut
I
this
think if
one.
we piecemeal, like, I guess we've learned also that Arceus is a pyromaniac.
Arceus is pyromaniac. We learned some pretty fucking actual noble intentions from Liam, and then he's memorized the Constitution.
I'll allow it. And that makes it 3. You may mark 2 experience, everybody.
Yeah, that makes up for the
I level up.
XP I could have taken by fighting Arceus.
Sorry, Alex. No actual devils were armed at the
Yeah,
beginning of
it's
this.
okay.
There were no actual devils here.
It was a cool like encounter in Hunt and Creature. I can have a devil another day as a treat.
Maybe.
And guess what, Audrist? I now have a
Hmm?
mystical library.
Oh,
He leveled up.
I leveled up.
nice.
Damn. I can't wait till you let us into your home.
You guys are welcome to come anytime.
What level of friendship do we
You
need?
haven't invited us.
No one's shown an interest.
I have.
That's true. And now he's just recently got in a shipment of new books. Filled with magical knowledge, probably.
Surprisingly of higher quality than what I usually manage.
Money. So, I guess any questions about the session?
I'm actually curious. How quickly did we blitz through that, in your opinion?
It was not intended to be a really long fight unless you guys tried to brute force it with guns and knives. You did have somebody who could do fire magic. The problem was getting him all the way there, but your ability managed to usurp that and get a second one on the field. I don't know. It's about what I intended. I didn't intend it to be super long. You guys blitzed through the fight a lot easier. Mostly because you champed it out with, yes, I do have a flamethrower, actually.
Yeah.
What is the thing that happens when you spend a luck, by the way?
We found this last time. I've done this somehow in the past, I guess. I don't know. Mine's a weird one because it's based on being an expert. You discover something happening now is related to something you were involved in years ago.
I like how me and Coopers are like, you get in trouble with Big Dad, and then and then y'all's are
Some of them will probably take like a slight twist on it, so they're not the exact same thing every time. They will be related to one, what you use the luck like during, and two, what is actually intended. You also might not always find them out immediately, but they will come back. I have a nice little notebook that has the details.
Yeah, I worry for mine. I'm not part of the agency anymore. So it is a worrying thing. This could, for all we know, turn into, if I keep doing this, a like Twin Peaks situation where more FBI agents with increasingly weird quirks show up.
Or you get arrested.
That too. God, the fucking Twin Peaks FBI agency is so weird. They have a very angry pacifist and a man with like really good noise canceling headphones who screams every line and asks always to like talk in private, but you can hear him through the entire building. What a good series. And then you have Dale Cooper, who is obsessed with Tibet and has weird dream visions.
I have no idea how this one was supposed to be involved with something I've done before. I've made
reason-
weapons before.
I already have the note on it. I already know.
The reason why he went into security is because of psionics.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with like the flamethrower or the rats, but there is something here I can make work with it.
I'm intrigued. At least I gotta still talk to my mom.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
This is a really fun session. It was very interesting, just encounter in general, which made it really interesting.
I do like the style of like, yeah, this encounter, it's not about fighting the boss. It's about getting to the boss and fighting yourselves. And I think we all like mostly played up into the mind control pretty well. Tobias not necessarily falling for it as easily, but that also got turned on him in a sense as well. So I think it would be very stressful to be in this kind of situation.
Oh, I mean, like legitimately, shit like this is something I'm terrified of. I am horrified of anything that is like you're not in complete 100% control of your actions. Freaks me out.
Honestly, that's what I can empathize with a lot because like moments where like the intrusive thoughts just don't stop.
It'd be like that. It's fucking rough.
Where you're like trying desperately to focus on something, but the dumbest or weirdest stuff just keeps popping in your mind and you start feeling like you can't think for yourself. Focus is not a real thing for you. That's it's a this was stressful in not necessarily a bad way, but narratively I could feel the stress of the characters.
Yeah, it's like these hunts I genuinely do feel like are fucking our characters up like bit by bit.
Tobias is actually, well, I mean, he's got another voice in his head telling him to be afraid of the ocean.
The ocean is scary though.
I love the ocean,
Ocean
but
do
now
be
Tobias
scary,
is
though.
hating it. And the worst part is like it's just subtle. Every time he looks at the ocean, he's just gonna feel that until he's not gonna be able to tell it's a compulsion anymore.
It's not even like straight up like he is scared of the ocean. It's just the knowledge that he should be.
Which
Yeah.
everyone should have, because like I don't have a phobia of the ocean, but it is objectively a freaky fucking place with
Yeah,
a
there's
lot
a
of
really
horrible
good
things.
like of all things, it's a fucking tag on a like popular Tumblr post, but it's uh like essentially that the ocean can devour you in an instant and it loves you. Like
Yeah.
there's just this universal like love and like want to like just walk into the water or like looking down into churning waves and kind of just wanting to jump in. Like it could devour you and swallow you and there would be nothing left and no one would ever see you again. But also the ocean is beautiful and so powerful and mysterious that it's a draw. Sometimes all people become a whaler going mad at sea. It is the human condition.
True. And like I'm not scared of the ocean. I think all standing bodies of water are disgusting and gross, but yeah.
What if it was actually made of cake?
The ocean's actually cake.
How? How?
It's just not cooked yet.
I would
Cake
be
batter.
also disgusted because it's just a different like standing giant thing of somewhat liquid.
You went
And
swimming
now
in
it's
the
like, ugh.
ocean and you got a little bit in your mouth, but instead of like salt water, it just tastes like cake batter.
I don't know. This one isn't triggering the like stealth dessert anxiety for me because it's like I'm trying to picture a ocean full of cake batter, and I think I'd just be like, what? It'd be like I wake up one morning, look out like a window if I'm on like the ocean, and I just see a sea of cake batter. I think I would just laugh really hard. I think it'd just be really fucking funny because I've clearly snapped somehow.
You would like stand on the like sand, like shake your head, like, oh, that's crazy, and then you lift your foot and a bunch of like vanilla cake just like comes up with it instead of sand. Looks like sand on top, but it's cake. It's all cake.
Untold devastation
cake.
to the
You
All
step
the way
down,
down.
you're like snaps it out. It's cake. You're all cake.
This sounds like oh god, that one Japanese horror manga series.
Which one?
The big one. They made Uzumaki.
Oh, it's the Junji Ito stuff?
Yeah,
Yes,
Junji Ito. It
Naruto
sounds like a Junji Ito
Uzumaki,
story.
believe
Yeah,
it.
Junji Ito story where it is that is my hole, but it's a giant like slice of cake.
I mean, there's a bunch of them, but that is the big one, and the sharks.
And the shark. I've read
What inspired this fear? I thought sharks were really scary, and that they would be scarier if they could be on land.
What a legend.
And that was it.
So true. So true, King. He is such I love his stuff only because of how interesting of a guy he is. And also like he's just so fun. I do like the videos of him just reacting to horror content. Just weird internet shit and just him like kind of mildly reacting to it. Like not budging and then be like, "Oh, that was scary." You're like, "Was it, man? You didn't react."
So you mean
I also
camera.
realized that like the expectation was like, oh yeah, most of these missions are gonna take like 2 sessions, maybe even more, depending on what they do. I was like, that'll be perfect. By the time they finish the current hunt, Aza will be back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, because like I was like this one, unless we sat around planning and chatting and kind of fucking around more, like exploring more stores, like if we went up to the makeup place that was referenced, or any of the actual open places, we could have extended it. But instead, we went to a good source of it. Immediately, we're like, okay, we need to get the fuck out of here, which then gave us the tip of, oh, it's underground. We could have extended it, but we chose not to because get the fuck out.
I mean, Cameron pointed at the group of people being like, they're the ones who stay open late. We should go there.
Mm-hmm.
The rats are more active later in the day.
Made sense.
It was a good time. And, you know, who knows?
Oh, yes, and the next day on the news for those characters that do watch the news or listen to it, or even read newspapers, there is a collapse at the Delaney Mall. And the structure has officially finally been closed as the bottom layer has begun to flood.
Oh, we kind of destroyed a cool game shop.
It wasn't our fault.
And shut down a thriving card game tournament scene.
Beetleborgs.
I take no responsibility for this.
I suppose any feelings on your next hunt?
Good question. Let's look. Boardwalk Butcher, anyone?
I guess we could do
Go all
the
the way to the
butcher
top.
next.
The Mind Goblins seem pretty interesting.
I'm not falling for that. Heads on a swivel, Devin.
I actually considered like fucking with particularly Cooper on that one, but I was like, nah.
If it was Cooper, I probably would have. Because like Cooper has not fucking heard a Ligma joke. The only circumstance where I would have responded. It's that or I mean,
get that picture for that lady at Arthur's Park.
That's true. You did promise that. I mean, my vote because I had a trio of stuff because my picks were based on what Cooper would have prioritized, which are primarily things that impact regular life for people. So the two that immediately hit that is the ferry ride and the Boardwalk Butcher. Which is the devil part just, dealt with. Now there's two that he's really interested in. Animal deaths or a pond closing or just looks like undead presence at a hotel. Yeah, a little bit. but you know, a ferry, like public transportation being fucked with, or an actual serial killer is his main thoughts.
Oh god, I don't even want to think about Tyke being fucked up by the Rat King.
Oh no! Good thing you didn't bring him.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I think Boardwalk Butcher is the most imminently dangerous to human life.
I don't know. There is a sewer gator. Could become Godzilla before we know it.
Yeah, the longer we let it, the bigger it gets.
I don't know if we have the firepower.
I mean,
The fire power?
essentially, there is a spot where if it's like a regular ass gator, you can shoot it, but you got to get to that spot. It's like the base of the neck and like the back is like one of the spots that you can just kill it.
Yeah, you gotta do that, like, jaguar thing. I think it's jaguar anyway. Where you bite the top of their head and just fucking...
Oh yeah. I just remember it because of there's a fucking old reality show where it was gator hunters in like Florida or something.
Well, I'm good with
Then it has
Boardwalk
been-
Butcher or Peekaboo.
Hunting season.
Rabbit season.
We're hunting.
Duck season.
Oh, I do have a hunting rifle. That could be fun.
It's in the city.
Oh. I mean,
Just
did I
in the whole
stutter?
city.
yeah, it's the city. Like, yeah, let me bring my hunting rifle. You're gonna be one of those open carry guys.
It's my right. What's the issue with me being in a public park with my gun?
I've been deputized by this FBI officer.
Don't look me up, please. Don't look too close at my badge.
It's my right as a U.S. citizen to walk through this park full of children with my AK-47.
Well, let's see. Liam would probably want to do the Shadow of Authors Park eventually, at least. Ferry ride wouldn't necessarily be a bad one either. You know, take a light one after the fucking mindfuck that was the Rat King.
I don't want to be on the water.
That's true.
Just
You'll
take
have to
all the water
eventually be
ones.
on you don't have to get on the water. You know what? That's fair.
We'll go to the gator one.
That's a sewer. It's not the ocean.
I
So
do
Daisy
know.
The Daisy Hotel haunting is also feasible.
Maybe he has rabies. I mean,
I
he got
know-
bitten by a bunch of animals. You should get your rabies shots, by the way.
I know for a fact it's not, but whenever I see the Daisy Hotel haunting, all I can think of is the Bloodlines Hotel.
Being afraid of water is a sign of rabies, and you did just get bit by 1,000 rats.
Well, it's a good thing we went to the hospital.
True. But yeah, Boardwalk Butcher is, I guess, more my pressing vote, especially now of, oh, my friend has a fear of the ocean. I'm not going to make him do that.
I will say, if we do the Boardwalk Butcher, Liam's just gonna get
Kidnapped?
soloed with the killer at one point there.
That's his job. He's
It is his
he's
job.
The mundane. His
It's
job is to
true.
get
Bait.
captured and be bait. And then they have like a fun chase sequence on the boardwalk as the three of us try to find him, as like they're jumping in and out of arcades and like little areas, peeking out of like a tables, like all dodging each other. Cool music playing. You have to have your Scooby-Doo chase sequence with a serial killer.
I'm sure that would go swimmingly. And it's a serial killer. They're not going to have psionics, right?
Yeah, they're just a serial killer. They're just gonna kill you. And also, if it's like an actual serial killer, we do have a contact because Cooper's been looking for an excuse to go chat with Officer Rubber.
Man, there's gonna be the most like regular serial killer ever on the Supernatural Creature app.
Yeah,
Sometimes it just
But
be a regular
people
person.
can be supernatural.
Could
I mean, look at Arceus.
True.
It could be just a serial killer that's mixed up in a situation where they are serial killing there, but there's also a supernatural occurrence.
Because if
There
there
also
are,
could
like,
just be one at the same time, yes.
yeah, if there are like multiple deaths going on, like that has to be noticed and investigated. It's more the reason, not like they're actively hunting something on the app, but more like they've noticed there's something they're looking into. So it is hey, Officer Weber, like, do you have any information on this?
You know, some of these I love more than others, but all of them are going to be a time.
Yeah, can't wait for us to step out on that ferry. With Tobias in tow, right?
The fairy and the gator are actually my favorites.
Ooh.
And the Rat King, God rest his soul.
Rest in pieces.
He was definitely a interesting villain? I guess so, yeah. Kinda.
Have you considered some port city, but rats? Like a lot of rats.
We're the rats.
I need you to know that I've had an I'm the big rat that makes all the
all of
rules
the rules.
stuck in my head the whole time, all day, knowing that it was going to be this mission.
It's that or the birthday bash rat song.
Rats,
Oh,
rats, we are rats.
As a heads up, might be a little late to the session next week. Because they've decided to, like, put my hours really weird. But there's the chance for me to be released early. So I don't know. And usually the people I work with are pretty cool about me, like, leaving early for 4 o'clock. So we'll have to see.
Do your
I-
best.
For sure.
Or else.
If you are too late, some of these hunts you can join in late, so that's not an issue. Others you cannot.
Also fair.
I think the only ones that you straight up could not join in on is the ferry ride and the gator are probably the only ones that you couldn't just run in on through some means.
Oh no, we have to get on the ferry.
Teehee. You think you could stay at the dock on my little ferry puzzle? Puzzle is don't die, but at least it's the easiest one.
For now.
No, actually, the ferry ride will stay the easiest mission.
Okay.
Out of every mission you guys could ever do, this one is actually the easiest.
Good, no exponentially growing horrors. Let's go.
I wouldn't say that. It's the easiest, though. Its depth will never change.
We'll do it one day when we just want a real, quaint.
When one of our
Fun one.
characters die, we need to give our characters some XP.
Oh yeah, a fun thing I discovered today. I don't know how I missed it, but in the lead up to Pal World, they've been tweeting every like week or so a new Pokemon from the Pal deck.
Yeah, I've been watching. It might actually get released.
It's the Steam page says January.
Well, the Steam page used to say like
I think it just said coming
summer.
soon.
no, I
What
used
are you
to have,
talking
like,
about?
Power World.
Oh yeah, it did say summer.
What's Pal World?
It is better Pokemon.
Squirrels with guns.
Squirtle with guns?
Yeah,
Squirrels with
it's
guns, but
if you
that's
watch
what I
that
guess.
video, you'll see a rough vibe. But mainly what I'm going to do is catch a bunch of pals and put them in a factory to mass produce weapons.
Sounds just like Pokemon.
From
They'll
their
be paid with
Twitter,
food.
the latest trailer for 2022 is released. Have a happy, easygoing lifestyle while farming and building with the cute pal. Let's try not to force them into labor or eat them alive. Sad emoji.
Alex.
I'm just gonna force them into labor. I'm not gonna eat them alive. They can get paid with food to make me weapons.
What do you use those weapons for?
I don't know, like
Shooting other
You
pals.
use the AK-47s that your squirrels make to shoot other squirrels.
Or
and then like
poachers.
there's like the Team Rocket that you can kill.
This sounds like psychotic Pokemon.
It's essentially it's a big like survival open world thing. It's made by the people who make Craftopia. So it's Craftopia but with Pokemon.
Isn't Craftopia not even finished either?
No, it's early access still. It's good from what I hear. I'm picked it up because I don't really like survival stuff.
I saw Cameron playing it, I think. Cameron?
Sorry, what's up?
Craftopia.
Craftopia, it's hopefully better than Craftopia, but Craftopia is a game that is janky but fun.
Apparently you also own it, Q.
I do own it, but I've never played it.
So just play Craftopia and then picture you had a little Pokemon doing manual labor for you.
God, Pal World is just around the corner.
It's gonna be fun. But there's other games that are right around the corner that
Armored Core!
Armored Core and Starfield.
Stalker 2!
And Stalker 2. There's so
I can't
much.
wait.
Stalker.
I can't wait for I'm gonna be pumped for just co-op and Stalker. That's gonna be really fun.
Cheeky breaky.
I can't wait.
Armored
hope
Core.
it's-
Hey,
They had
Alex,
this
there's no way
big
we're not
thing
playing
the other
Stalker
day.
together.
Oh yeah, 100%. We're playing that shit. And I hope you're ready for me to pre-fire grenades.
So long as they don't friendly fire me.
I will do my best. But if we're in some big spooky like underground dungeon, I'm pre-firing grenades.
When Alex gets spooked, he shits grenades.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and call dibs on all sniper ammo then. So I
Yeah,
can
sure.
be in far behind you where the grenade can't get.
As long as I have an AK-74, I think is the one I kept using in Anomaly with a decent scope, I'm fine.
Wait, it goes past 47?
Yeah, there's other AKs. They didn't just stop at 47.
AK-47 is just a gun that's really, really cheap.
That it
and
makes your
easy to
head
maintain.
move.
Yeah, it's cheap, easy to maintain, pretty versatile, and
this works.
also is mainly widely used because they made so fucking many and kind of shipped it
But it
around
makes your
and
head-
sold it. So a
You
lot
can
of places
kinda just
have them.
find them.
Yeah.
places.
Because a lot of stuff like around, I think it was AK-47 was around the tail end, or at least like after World War II. It was during Cold War, pretty sure. Yeah, I think it was Cold War when it was developed, and then it was sent around because of all the nations that were being that were influenced with the Soviets and actually like hanging out with them. So a lot of those nations got AK-47s, and then they also sold them around once they didn't need them anymore. Which is why you'll just fucking find the crates of them. And they still work. They're still very dependable.
You can get the joke is you can get dirt in like the barrels and stuff, and they'll still fire.
Also, I find it incredibly funny. And it feels a lot for Soviet Union engineering. But there's so many guns that are essentially just they took an AK-47 and just sawed parts off of it and welded new ones, and now you have a new weapon. And that's beautiful.
Alright, well, I am going to tap out for
I
now.
also got a tab.
Excellent job, everybody.
Yeah.
It was great fun.
Thank you for in the
Thanks for the
session.
game.
Yeah,
We
it
had
was so fun.
fun.
It was a
Rest in
blast.
peace, King of Rats.
Rest in peace. Also, rest in peace to Tobias, who now has another mind.
You could have kept the King of Rats in your head. That'd been pretty funny.
True, and I wouldn't be as afraid of the ocean, maybe.
But you would still be wondering what America is.
That's true.
And afraid of fire.
Yeah, you would have been afraid of fire, but
I mean, that's
Alright.
pretty rational.
that one is very rational. But yeah, I'm gonna. Yep. Peace out,
Alright.
y'all. Catch y'all later.
Good night.
Right, peace.
Yeah.